know that we are the American Indians. Baby. Copper color Indians, baby. A real Indian, American Indian is me, not from Africa. Remember that.
White people are scared to death right now, particularly white males. They're scared to death that they are going to lose their power in the future. And they are. But
African Americans here, but they recently moved here from places like Kenya, Ethiopia, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and Zaire. But now the brother whose family's lived in this country for generations, occupying space in all the locations, New York, Miami, LA, Detroit, Chicago, even if he's wearing a dashiki and sporting an afro. And if you go to Africa in search of your race, you'll find out quick, you're not an African American. You're just a black American in Africa taking up space.
And we are not Africans. We are not African. Are you an African, baby? I'm not no African. Nigga, you.
Yeah. Conscious. Matic. Alright, so far where I come from. I sit and wonder about the times that it made sense. But nowadays I don't worry about what's past tense. My younger days I used to hang around with mad friends. If we just fell out, I don't really know what happened. A lot of people come around and keep you stagnant, distraction. So yeah, don't show them no compassion. We was really out here grinding, really rapping, stacking them Franklins, them Grants, and them Jacksons. Imagine if we would've never chased our passion. We probably would've never knew what happened. They was all just talk, we showed action. Once they leave, don't you let them back in. Just pack up all their stuff and send them packing. I'm blacking on anybody thinking they could act up with me. This vibe ain't for free, cause where I'm at in life, I'm only focused on me. Note the self, know yourself, focus on your health. They don't wanna help, then fuck it, do it by yourself. Don't give them no excuse to put you on the shelf. If it's me, myself, and I, then it's no one else. Yeah. Self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Yeah, self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Love yourself.
Yeah, practice what you preaching, but clearly they not practicing entitlement and pride. Yeah, those two things they factor in. Spiral out of control just from all the bantering. When they accustomed to talking behind your back with all that chattering. I remove myself before I abuse myself. Talk about self-love, but you gotta do it yourself. Yeah, I won't act too good for no help. We all healing now. Said some things about me that ain't true. How you feeling now? Even at my lowest, they tried to find a way to bring me down. Big y'all up for years, ain't talking just the brand or the sound. I don't throw things around, I do it from the heart proud. Mama just wanna see her sunshine, removing them dark clouds.
Yeah, self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Yeah, self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Love yourself.
And the H.O.K. community. So let's just get right into it. For real. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to everybody watching. Hey, Chief Jadiga, Jeremy, Enoch, Derek, everybody watching. Everybody that's watching. Willie Cameron, hey, Juice. Man, last night's segment is not up yet. I'm going to upload it tomorrow as a actual premiere because somebody came in with Juice's face. And so I normally put up the overlay to protect myself from wee bombers. Somebody put up, they porn bomb me in like the last minute of my show. So the only thing I have to delete out of it, edit, cut it out, is that little wee wee part. And whoever you are that did that with using Juice's face, I'm gonna make a public service announcement. You are 3 times smaller than Big Willie. I would never jump up on YouTube and show my PP if I was you. You should not show your PP. I'm serious. You need to take some of the medicines that make it pump up a little bit. This is why I'm still with Big Willie, because I can't stand to be disappointed with somebody 3 times smaller than my man. You might as well go ahead on and just be a girl with that little thing and tuck it to the back. Really, really seriously. You should have not came up here and showed that. If I were you, I'd just take a little band-aid and tuck it right underneath your little webos, because you shouldn't be showing your pee on live. I mean, I could. I mean, if you was packing, okay, I wouldn't even clip that shit out. But when you're 3 times smaller than Big Willie, ain't no sense. It's just a disappointment. You look like a 8-year-old little boy down there. Don't do it no more. Just don't do it no more. That was just a sin, a sin. And yup, you're African. I can. That's one factor that you're African, for real. Because the mainland North American man is packing, and y'all lack that. So woohoo, hoo-hoo. Anyway, smash the like button, and I'm speaking on behalf of all the women, so they won't get disappointed if they ever run into your ass, your butt. Y'all smash the like button. I mean, what is the whole purpose? And you know what? It's probably Rob. Who else would do that? But some white guy that just wants to start some trouble, because ain't no, I find it unlikely that Pookie and Ray Ray and YouTube is gonna do that and embarrass itself first. And then when they up there, they're stroking on it, saying nigger, 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 nigger. Only Rob Knox just do that kind of stuff. So what I'm gonna say is, stop, Rob. I understand your desire to be like Pookie and Ray Ray down there, but sorry, that's not my fault. Don't blame it on me. Blame it on your bloodline, because the bloodline over here is a bunch of packing Pookies. Packing Pookies on the North American continent. Packing Pookies. So you mad. So my next announcement that I gotta make is Brother Sanchez and Bobby Knight are haters. Okay. They hating on hip hop Pakistans that's real fine and stuff. They don't like Bobby Knight is jealous of light-skinned Pakistanians that look like Dre. And I sense a little hate in Brother Sanchez too, because I showed them some hip hop Pakistanis that was fine. One actually looked like in the face, he looked like Ice T, but he was even more handsomer than Ice T to me. And the other one looked like Dre. Seriously, he looks like what we call a Puerto Rican that's light skinned, but not that light. Okay. And they was fine. And Bobby Knight, okay, he jealous of light-skinned fine dudes. And I think Brother Sanchez is too, because he was hating in there a little bit. Cause and I was trying to tell him, look, you should admire the Pakistani brothers, because they're admiring our music, our industry, our culture. So they was like this, taking pictures and stuff. And they were hip hop Pakistani artists. They hating on them. They hating on them. They is for real. Smash the like, y'all. The next thing I want to announce, because we're gonna get into some good stuff today. The next thing I want to announce is my book finally came in the mail. I ordered it. I didn't even start reading it yet because it just came not too long ago. You know how UPS do. They be coming at 9 o'clock at night and shit. But I got Ali Muhammad's book, Dr. Amaru Ali Muhammad. The let's see, Arnold Department of Anthropology, and the book is titled "They Lie About the Transatlantic Slave Trade: An Indigenous Review." So I'm gonna be reading this, and I know Willie think he gonna read it before me, but I'm gonna be sleeping with this under my pillow so he can't. Because when he bought White Cargo, he ain't shared with me until after he read all of it. So I'm gonna do the same thing with my Ali Muhammad book. I'm just making my little collections, and I'm gonna encourage people to purchase it too. And just so nobody can't steal it from me, I put my mark of the beast on it. Y'all see it, right? Y'all see? Yeah, that's right. That's how you know it's mine. And in case Willie buy one, I already got mine's marked. So don't even try it, Big Willie. I got you, boy. So I'm gonna be excited to read about this. It says Dr. Amaru Ali is CEO and head of Doctor of the Arnold Department of Anthropology and chair of the Aboriginal University Medical Studies Department. He has 22 years of experience with history, anthropology, with the focus on American history of indigenous people. He has authored over 35 books. Dr. Ali's mission is implementing global education of the world's indigenous peoples. Contact him, and he got his email and stuff. Get your own book, but I'm just saying, here it is. There's the back if you want to take a screenshot. Go ahead. Okay. And then there's the front. If you want to take a screenshot, get the damn book. I got it. And I'm gonna dialogue. And one thing I'm not gonna do is criticize anybody that makes these great efforts in our community. I don't care if I agree and disagree. Because if you disagree with everything somebody say, then you got a problem. But I'm gonna read it. And I know he's got some great information in here. And I truly support him. I love supporting my brothers. I'm telling you. And my sisters too. When y'all ask to start writing books, sisters, y'all got to start writing books. Because I'm writing one right now. I haven't finished it. I started it like 3 years ago, but it has absolutely nothing to do with Aboriginal history. But I did start one. It's about a little girl, and a lot of it pertains to my life, but I haven't finished it. It's a made up character. But I am going to write one because I've been in YouTube now for 5 years, and it's time for me to write, a story on what I've been going through with genealogy and different people. So, be on the lookout for my book in a little while. I don't know how long it's going to take for that, but it's time for me to write one, and I guess I don't know which one's going to be the first book. I think I really want to finish up the one about the little girl because that's going to be great of great use in the universities as a book for them to they do have you read a book and do a study, and if they um pass that book out in the universities, a lot of people looking for their MSWs like I have, they'll read that book because a lot of people, the book that I'm writing is getting the anybody to understand our community when it comes to us being little girls versus other communities. So it's going to help them understand a lot of the people that they're going to be dealing with in our community. In this book, it'll be really great for them. So I got to finish that one first. It's a must because I really want to see it on the university shelves. So the next thing, um, I want to get into is one of my chiefs with her beautiful self sent me the overlay that you saw of Chief Powhatan and his daughter. And it's in the Virginia Historical Library. Let me see. I'm going to read on it too. So I'm going to keep the overlay up. And I just want you to listen to what they're saying. There's Chief Powhatan right there. Definitely Negro. Okay. And that's him and his daughter. Pocahontas, fair use. Chief Powhatan and his daughter. Straight up Aboriginal. And that's in the Virginia um, um, historical. So I'm going to do a little bit of reading first. I want to get through this and then we'll get into the other part of our topic today. Fair use. So I'm going to read what they actually have in the historical society on them. I don't know if I'm going to read all of it, but what I'm going to do is put the link in the chat so you can look at it yourself as well. I'll read through it. The recently published 2007 The True Story of Pocahontas, The Other Side of History by Dr. Linwood, Littlebeer, Costello, and Angela L. Daniel Silverstar, based on the sacred oral history of the Mattapony tribe, offers some further and sometimes very different insights into the real Pocahontas. So, everybody writes their story and give their versions, but I'm going to read it. Pocahontas was the last child of Juan Seneca, Chief Powhatan, okay, and his first wife, Pocahontas, his wife of choice and of love. Pocahontas' mother died during childbirth. Their daughter was given the name Matoka, which meant flower between two streams. The name probably came from the fact that the Mattapony village was located between Mattapony and Pamunkey rivers, and that her mother was Mattapony and her father was Pamunkey. And I showed y'all that Pamunkey school, them little black kids, little brown kids, okay, Negroes going to that school. Waha Seneca was devastated by the loss of his wife, but found joy in his daughter. He often called her Pocahontas, which meant laughing and joyous one, since she reminded him of his beloved wife. Okay. And I can see that, I can feel it, because we got a lot of sisters that got like the cute laugh and stuff. Joyous laugh, okay? That's us. There was no question that she was his favorite and that the two had a special bond. Even so, Waha Seneca, I'm just going to say Chief Powhatan, thought it best to send her to be raised in Mattapony village rather than at his capital of Worokomoko. 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 Wow. She was raised by her aunts and cousins, and that's what we do. We raise a lot of our families. I know this is, oh my goodness, this is just our life. Um, there was no question that she was his favorite, that the two had a special bond. Even so, Chief Powhatan thought it best to send her to be raised in the Mattapony village rather than at his capital. She was raised by her aunts and cousins, who took care of her as if she were their own. Once Pocahontas was weaned, she returned to live with her father at Komoko. Chief Powhatan had other children with Pocahontas' mother, as well as with his alliance wives. Oh, he had more than one wife. Oh, he was a pimp daddy. Oh, he ain't. Oh, you know what? Okay. But Pocahontas held a special place in her father's heart. Pocahontas held a special love and respect for her father as well. All of the actions of Pocahontas held, all of the actions of Pocahontas or her father were motivated by their deep love for each other, their deep and strong bond. The love and bond between them never wavered. Most of her older siblings were grown, as Chief Powhatan's father and Pocahontas later in his life. So he was an old sugar daddy who made when he made Pocahontas. Many of her brothers and sisters held prominent positions with Powhatan society. Her family was very protective of her and saw to it that she was well looked after. As a child, Pocahontas' life was very different than as an adult. The distinction between childhood and adulthood was visible through physical appearance as well as through behavior. Pocahontas would not have cut her hair or worn clothing until she came of age. In winter, she wore a covering to protect against the cold. There were also certain ceremonies she was not allowed to participate in or even witness. Even as a child, the culture standards of Powhatan society applied to her. And in fact, as the daughter of the paramount chief, more responsibility and discipline were expected of her. Pocahontas also received more supervision and training. As Chief Powhatan's favorite daughter, she probably had even more security as well. When the English arrived, the Powhatan people welcomed them. They desired to become friends and trade with the settlers. Mhm. Okay. Each tribe within the Powhatan chieftain had priests who were spiritual leaders, political advisors, medical doctors, historians, and enforcers of Powhatan behavioral norms. The Quakers advised, which means priest, advised, containing the English and making them allies to the Powhatan people. Chief Powhatan agreed with the Quakers. During the winter of 1607, the friendship was solidified. Captain John Smith statue overlooking the James River at historic Jamestown. Captain John Smith at historic Jamestown, Sarah Stebbins, the most famous even event of Pocahontas' life. Her rescue of Captain John Smith did not happen the way he wrote it. You know, when I hear about her rescuing his life and shit, this is what they tried to do with Wonder Woman and the the military man that came on Paradise Island and she rescued his ass. Wonder Woman, get your ass back. Anyway, a fight ensued and Smith was captured by um Open Chicano, a younger brother of Wahasenica, took Smith from village to demonstrate to the Powhatan people that Smith in particular and the English in general were as human as they were. The rescue was a ceremony initiating Smith as another chief. Well, I'll be see. This is how the shit. You be nice, you let them in, and they do some dumb shit. Okay, let's go. See, that's what happens. We meet people, we think they're the greatest, and they turn out to be a fucking nuisance. It was a way to welcome Smith, and by extension, all the English into the Powhatan nation. It was an important ceremony, so the Quakers would have played an integral role. While Seneca truly liked Smith, he even offered a healthier location for English Capahowassic, east of Warwick-Como. Smith's life was never in danger. As for Pocahontas, she would not have been present, as children were not allowed at religious rituals. Afterwards, Pocahontas would have considered Smith a leader and defender of the Powhatan people as an allied chief of the English tribe. She would have expected Smith to be loyal to her people since he had pledged friendship to Wahasenica. In, in Powhatan society, one's word was one's bond. The bond was sacred. The English had been welcomed by the Powhatan people. To cement this new alliance, Wahasenica sent food to Jamestown during the winter of 1607 and '08. Doing so was the Powhatan way, as leader acted for the good of the whole tribe. It was during these visits to the fort with food that Pocahontas became known to the English as a symbol of peace. Since she was still a child, she would not have been allowed to travel alone or without adequate protection and permission from her father. The tight security that surrounded Pocahontas at Jamestown, though often disguised, may have been how the English realized she was Wahaseneca's favorite. John Smith trading with the Powhatan Indians. Over time, relations between Powhatan Indians and the English began to deteriorate. The settlers were aggressively demanding food that, due to summer droughts, could not be provided. In January 1609, Captain Smith paid an uninvited visit to Warracomoco, while Seneca reprimanded Smith for English conduct in general and for Smith's own in particular. He also expressed a desire for peace with the English, while Seneca followed the Powhatan philosophy of gaining more through peaceful and respectful means than through war and force. According to Smith, during the visit, Pocahontas again saved his life by running through the woods that night to warn him her father intended to kill him. So she took her little ass out there and went and told him that, yo, my daddy about to smoke you. You about to get licked. However, as in 1607, Smith's life was not in danger. Pocahontas was still a child and a very well protected and supervised one. It is unlikely she would have been able to provide such a warning. It would have gone against Powhatan cultural standards for children. If Seneca truly intended to kill Smith, Pocahontas could not have gotten past Smith's guards, let alone prevented his death. As relations continued to worsen between the two peoples, Pocahontas stopped visiting, but the English did not forget her. Pocahontas had her coming of age ceremony, which symbolized that she was eligible for courtship and marriage. This ceremony took place annually, and boys and girls aged 12, goddamn, to 14 took part. Man, at age 12, I know times change. My father would have whipped my ass from one end of the hood to the other end, and then my mother on the other end whooped my ass back down to the other end. 12 years old? No. Pocahontas coming of age ceremony, called Huck and Sequoia for girls, took place once she began to show signs of womanhood. Since her mother was dead, her older sister, Matachana, oversaw the Huckasinaqua. During the Wahaseneca's daughter officially changed her name to Pocahontas. The ceremony itself was performed discreetly and more secretly than usual because the Quakers had heard rumors the English planned to kidnap Pocahontas. See, they wanted that black booty. And she's so pretty. Boy, they really did it when they made these statues. They did the right thing. I'm glad they made them the right color. After the ceremony, powwow was held in celebration of Thanksgiving. During the powwow, a courtship dance allowed single male warriors to search for a mate. It was most likely during the dance that Pocahontas met Kukum. She was twerking. After a courtship period, the two married. While Seneca was happy with Pocahontas' choice, as Kukum was not only the brother of a close friend of his chief, Japazar, also called Lapasis, of the Potawatomi tribe, but was also one of his finest warriors. He knew Pocahontas would be well protected. Rumors of the English wanting to kidnap Pocahontas resurfaced. So she and Kukum moved to his home village. While there, Pocahontas gave birth to a son. Then in 1613, the long suspected English plan to kidnap Pocahontas was carried out. Captain Samuel Argall demanded the help of Chief Japazar. A council was held with the Quakers riled, while word was sent to Wahaseneca. Japazar did not want to give Pocahontas to Argall. She was his sister-in-law. However, not agreeing would have meant certain attack by a relentless Argall, an attack for which Japazar's people would offer no real defense. Japazar finally chose the lesser of two evils and agreed to Argall's plan for the good of the tribe. To gain the captain's sympathy and possible aid. Japasaw said he feared retaliation from her Seneca. He feared retaliation from Pookie ass. Argyle promised his protection and assured the chief that no harm would come to Pocahontas. Before agreeing, Japasaw made a further bargain with Argyle. The captain was to release Pocahontas soon after she was brought aboard ship. Argyle agreed. Japasaw's wife was sent to get Pocahontas. Once Pocahontas was aboard, Argyle broke his word and would not release her. Argyle handed a copper kettle to Japasaw and his wife for their help and as a way to implicate them in the betrayal. Before Captain Argyle sailed off with his captive, he had her husband, Kukum, killed. Damn. Luckily, their son was with another woman from the tribe. Argyle then transported Pocahontas to Jamestown. Her father immediately returned to English prisoners and weapons to Jamestown to pay her ransom. Pocahontas was not released, instead was put under the care of Sir Thomas Gates, who supervised the ransom and negotiations. It had been 4 years since Pocahontas had seen the English. She was now about 15 or 16 years old. A devastating blow had been dealt to Waha Seneca, and he fell into a deep depression. The Quakers advised retaliation, but Waha Seneca refused. Ingrained cultural guidelines stressed peaceful solutions. Besides, he did not wish to risk Pocahontas being harmed. He felt compelled to choose the path that best ensured his daughter's safety. While in captivity, Pocahontas too became deeply depressed, but submitted to the will of her captors. Being taken into captivity was not foreign, as it took place between tribes as well. Pocahontas would have known how to handle such a situation. To be cooperative. She was cooperative for the good of her people. And as a means of survival, she was taught English ways, especially the settlers' religious beliefs, by Reverend Alexander Whitaker at Henrico. Her captors insisted her father did not love her and told her so continuously. Overwhelmed, Pocahontas suffered a nervous breakdown, and the English asked that a sister of hers be sent to care for her. Her sister, Matachena, who was accompanied by her husband, was sent. Pocahontas confided to Matachena that she had been raped and that she thought she was pregnant. Hiding her pregnancy was the main reason Pocahontas was moved to Enrico after only about 3 months at Jamestown. Pocahontas eventually gave birth to a son named Thomas. His birth date is not recorded, but the oral history states that she gave birth before she married John Rolfe. In 1614, the English continued to prove to Pocahontas that her father did not love her. They staged an exchange of Pocahontas for her ransom payment, actually the second such payment. During the exchange, a fight broke out and negotiations were terminated by both sides. Pocahontas was told this refusal to pay her ransom proved her father loved English weapons more than he loved her. Shortly after the staged ransom exchange, Pocahontas converted to Christianity and was renamed Rebecca. In 1614. See what I'm saying? They took away her little Indian name and gave her a damn English name, Rebecca. In April 1614, Pocahontas and John Wolfe were married at Jamestown. Whether she truly converted is open to question, but she had little choice. She was a captive who wanted to represent her people in the best light and to protect them. She probably married John Wolfe willingly, since she already had a half-white child who could help create a bond between the two peoples. Her father consented to the marriage, but only because she was being held captive, and he feared what might happen if she said no. John Rolfe married Pocahontas to gain the help of the Quakers with his tobacco crops, as they were in charge of tobacco. With the marriage, important kinship ties formed, and the Quakers agreed to help Rolfe. In 1660, the Rolfes and several prominent representatives, including Matachana and her husbands, Uda Mat, I want to read this. Uda Mat Uda Matamakan, were sent to England. Ooh, I know this is in my bloodline. Look how I'm pronouncing these words. Several of these representatives were actually Quakers in disguise. By March 1670, the family was ready to return to Virginia after a successful tour arranged to gain English interest in Jamestown. While on the ship, Pocahontas and her husband dined with Captain Argo. Shortly after, Pocahontas became very ill and began convulsing. Matachana ran to get Rolfe for help. When they returned, Pocahontas was dead. You know what they did to her. She was taken to Gravesend and buried in its church. Young Thomas was left behind to be raised by relatives in England, while the rest of the party sailed back to Virginia. While Seneca was told by Matachana or Uda Matamakan and the disguised Quakers that his daughter had been murdered. Poison was suspected, as she had been in a good health up until her dinner on the ship. While Seneca sank into despair at the loss of his beloved daughter, the daughter he had sworn to his wife he would protect. Eventually, he was relieved as paramount chief, and by April 1618, he was dead. The peace began to unravel, and life in Tennessee would never be the same for the Powhatan people. One of the many interpretations of how Pocahontas looked, her statue at historic Jamestown. Pocahontas statue at historic Jamestown. Sarah J. Stebbins. Conclusion. Here's the conclusion. We're about done, y'all. What little we know about Pocahontas covers only about half of her short life, and yet has inspired a myriad of books, poems, paintings, plays, sculptures, and films. It has captured the imagination of people of all ages and backgrounds, scholars and non-scholars alike. The truth of Pocahontas' life is shrouded in interpretation of both the oral and written accounts, which can contradict one another. One thing can be stated with certainty. Her story has fascinated people for more than 4 centuries, and it still inspires people today. It will undoubtedly continue to do so. She also still lives on her own people who are still here today and through the descendants of her 2 sons. Author note. This is the author's note. There are various spellings for the names of peoples, places, and tribes. In this paper, I have endeavored to use one spelling throughout, unless otherwise noted. So I'm going to put this in the chat room for you, because I always, put my stuff in the chat room. I'm going to put this down. Put that in the chat room for you to keep. Okay. Smash the like button, y'all. So I thought that was a pretty interesting read. It wasn't really long. There's so many stories about Pocahontas, okay? But we do know that she was our complexion, at least mine. And the features is just very, very real. It speaks volumes. Just the face alone and the lips. That's a Virginia gal. You better believe it. Seriously. Same thing with her daddy. I truly believe. Yes. They did a wonderful job. And I think it's respectful that they made the right color. Although the old movies in the 70s, from when I was little, the Cowboy and Indians movie, and they always bringing out Lily Munster's ass as Pocahontas, which is some bullshit. That's because they didn't really have that many brown people in the movies. So they put, little brown makeup on him and shit. But that's okay. We know who the Virginians is, the real ones anyway. We know who the real Powhatans is. We do. And we know, you know it. Virginia is loaded with mulattoes. And that's a fact. A lot of them descend from a lot of mulattoes, just like the North, period, point blank. But that's okay. We cool with Virginia, and she's beautiful. Bottom line. Shout out to all the Virginia Powhatans. For real, for real, for real. The the ones with the ones that look like us and the ones with more white features. If they ain't faking, of course. But anyway, I thought that was a pretty cool read. Smash the like button, y'all. Please, please. So now let's get into today's topic. And we should have alternative views, but I ain't never letting go of who I am. Seriously. I'm never letting go who I am. I'm standing on I am an Aboriginal. I am an American. Okay? And I am from this soil. I'm standing on that and I ain't ever letting it go. But what I will do for the Pan Africans and the House of Consciousness is let's look at an alternative view. My thing is, our chiefs, like Powhatan, giving them a little credit, giving them a little power, making them a chief and shit. Okay? We did this with the English. We did. So I could take an alternative view. I can really take an alternative view. And seeing that these English, got down with their Bible. They stood on their Bible. They stood on their Christianity. And so I'm looking at this. I said, okay, let me look at it another way. Since all the pan boo-boos, and shout out to y'all for standing on who y'all are, but I know you're going to come around. Oh, yeah, I did see Jabari in motor vehicle. He was getting his driver's license, racial identity upgraded to American Indian. Shout out to Jabari. Alternative views, get your laugh on. So I said, let's have an alternative view because they're following everything in their Bible, right? And they're carrying their mission out based on the writings in their Bible. Now, whether they're supposed to be doing it or leaving it in God's hands, for the most part, they've been taking things in their own hands. They are not turning their cheek and letting the Lord handle their battles. They have not done that. The English that brought the Bible, they have not left things in the Lord's hands. They've been taking, they've been doing their own vengeance. And that's a fact. Look at all the damn wars going in other countries. They're taking things in their own hands. And their Bible says, vengeance is mine. Okay? So, unless they're claiming to be God, okay, they're taking vengeance. So, with that being said, and since they're following their Bible, my thought is, okay, let's have an alternative view. I'm going to say that based on their Bible talk, did the Indian chiefs and the United States, okay, two separate things. You got America and the United States. Together, they had a very bad outlook on the behaviors of all the Pookies and Ray Rays and Quadishas and in the community all around just North, Central, and South Carolina, North, Central, and South America, and Central American landmass. They always had a negative view of how Pookie, Ray Ray, Shaquisha, Carmen, Hector, or whoever, whether they're in the Caribbean islands, Jamaica, they don't like Dexter because Dexter take them girl and bring them back home, give her some salami, and send her back to U.S. Them don't like that. So here we go. Here we go. My thing is this. Because of the business transaction that Chief Powhatan did with dude, gave him a whole damn title. He wasn't even no Indian. Okay? Is it possible that the chiefs, okay, across these states, north and south, I'm talking about mainland, get together with the U.S. and say, you know what? They're not trying to follow our way because Powhatan was a praying Indian, I guess. They ain't trying to follow our way on the land. They always warn because you know Pookie and Ray were always coming out to beat your ass, and they're just not gonna be like you, and they're not gonna reason with you. They're not. That's Pookie and Ray Ray. They're not church boys. They could have been started in church, but they couldn't take it. They're not church boy. They off the land living brothers, getting their hustle on. So I'm thinking, okay, perhaps the Indian chiefs and the United States said, all right, let's round up all these wild, crazy beasts acting you know what's, and forcefully shipped thousands, and I mean thousands of Indians from here to Africa. Because we're gonna talk about this shit in reverse, like what Dane said. I can see that happening. Let's get all the bad ones out, okay, and put their ass over in Africa. Now, it wasn't called African back then, of course, but they just put thousands and thousands of Indians from here over there forcefully. Now, we know they had the American Colonization Society, but this shit is way before then. I'm talking way before the establishment of the American Colonization Society. They shipped thousands and thousands of them, and they shipped them to Africa. And I think, it didn't get a direct ride to Africa. It stopped in some countries, got on another ship, and got to Africa. They probably was 3 stops like we do with our buses. Sometimes you got to transfer to another bus. So they probably transfer their ass to another ship until they reach Africa. Okay, because that is a long travel by water. And I think that they just put them over there and just left them there. Facts. I think they just left them there. Oh my God. I'm going to turn it off. I can't call you right now. And just left them over there to fend for themselves like animals. So, and of course, a later plan, the American Colonization Society going over there later with more. But I'm talking about a first trip to populate that place because there is just nothing in Africa. There were no real structures like modern day structures today. We have images of our structures from back during the 1600s, our buildings and stuff. They did not have that in Africa. They didn't. They didn't have those kind of tools in Africa to make buildings. So they just took our people, our Indian brothers and sisters. Now, if we're going to go by their Bible, let's go by their Bible. They said in that Bible, you will be taken to a strange land. That landmass is strange to Indians. And I'm going by their Bible. You will be scattered 4 corners of the earth. And they were. But they said they would be about to strange land. Now, taking them to the West Indies and Caribbean, that's not strange land. It's North America. Strange land is shipping thousands of the unwanted ones out of here and just set over there with the damn animals with nothing. Because that's still the way they look at us today. So I'm going to say, I'm just going by their Bible. And this is just an alternative view. Their Bible, not mine. Strange land and serve. Now, we can look at it from an English, European way too. They were brought to a strange land and served. They came here as indentured servants and slaves and prisoners. So, look, I'm looking at both stories. Brought to strange land. where they serve. So I don't know. It could be one or the other. I'm just making my own philosophy. I'm not saying that's true, but if you really think about it, the way you quickly gonna make some white Englishmen some goddamn chiefs and give them power automatically because you like them. You were disrespectful to your damn Indian brothers and sisters when you did that, Chief Powelton. You mean to tell me there's nobody in the tribe you could have put in the position you gave these people? Because you really messed up when you did that. You did. You gave them power. Chief Powelton, if this is all true, you know, we reading other people's books and we reading historical societies. But if you did that, that was a disservice to your tribal brothers and sisters, bro. You should have picked somebody in the tribe that was worthy. See, we can't make the same mistakes that they made before when we're reestablishing our family tribes and shit. No, hands down. Ain't nobody getting no fucking break. For real. Because if the writings in the books are saying what took place and how shit got, when I see your ass coming, I'm nope. Oh, whoa, we're not going through that story again. Wow. I'm serious when we get out of this great ass punishment. I mean, oh, here they come, y'all. Here they come again. And I ain't using no fucking bow and arrow. I'm just saying. But anyway, I'm gonna open up the panel early like I did yesterday because I want to dialogue about this because their Bible did say you would be taken to a strange land where you will serve and you'll be scattered four corners of the earth. Now, I don't know if that pertains to the white people, if that could have pertained to our ancestors because they started believing in Christianity and maybe that was a remedy that they fit. You know what? Let's gather all these wild motherfuckers up out of here. Just sit them over in Africa. Sit their ass over there where there's nothing there. And then later on in the years, they established the American Colonization Society because the Queen did have African islands, British islands over in Africa. And they built states. They did. And the Queen owned them. So what was offered was the American Colonization Society, where they went over there and began building structures. If you look in South Africa, they have nice big buildings, still look kind of shabby in the areas because I don't like their style. I don't like their style in South Africa or Nigeria. I don't like it. Even though they got nice buildings there now, tall buildings. But we built them shits for them. They ain't got no damn blueprints. And they ain't have no brick and mortar. Not like we got over here. So I'm going to open the link, play a song. Y'all know the routine. And let's talk about this a little bit. So could this have been happened? And another reason why I say this shit is because I remember when Mama Chief went on live, she went on a couple of panels to show her DNA test. And then when you click on, the people with that same like blood type, that shit was only over here in America. It wasn't nowhere over in Africa because there wasn't nothing over there, first of all, of our being until we put people over there. But even so, all the people was on this land. So let's talk about it. I'm gonna play a song. Of course, y'all know the same routine. Let me get this link. Copy the link. And this time I'm gonna be protective because I don't want to see no little wee-wees. That's disrespectful. You're probably old enough to be my kid. Come up here and show your little tiny, teeny wee-wee. I'd have been so disappointed. Okay. I'll see you guys when you get up here. I'm going to
things been moving slowly, so we already in too deep. Can't get no sleep on each other, heavy teasing all day, and when the sun sets, you asking me to come through, kick it with you. Night turn to morning
Is
dew.
we are not African. We are not African. Are you an African?
Lose control. You don't wanna go slow, for sure. We both already know your place is my place now. My place is your place. Let's face it, baby. You know all the places. My place is your place. My place. Your place. My place. Just face it. No one knows my places like you do. Your places like I do. My place like you do. Baby, don't stop. Got the key to the lock. We in our own zone. Make yourself at home. Get to know mine on the inside. We can meet at yours next time. And you feel it freshening. Lose control. You don't wanna go slow, for sure. We both already know your place is my place now. My place is your place. Let's face it, baby. You know all the places. My place is your place.
Hey, Alabama.
You serenading me, my sister, from another mister. You know that's my jam.
I know. She is so sexy. She is fire. She really is. Between her and I listen to Lauren Hill all day. The
Mm.
Miss Education. I listen to her.
Well, I would
She
put her. I like Ella May as far as these new type of songstresses, but Angie Stone and Jill Scott and the messaging. I think it's a difficult thing for this generation to grapple with. I know I'm speaking as an old head,
you
but I
keep saying that, and
find
y'all, like I said, Ali Bouma's ass is not that old. He playing with y'all. He's not. I'm not gonna tell his age, but he's not, y'all. He capping, but he's really not. But he is boomer. But you have old boomers and you have young ones. He ain't old boomer. But anyway, um,
yeah, I think she is. It's hard to say who I would compare her to if it was being handed down
who
generationally. Uh, King
compared to?
Sis is her name, right? King Sis.
Yes.
I like her. I like how she sings. I like she has this kind of. I don't know if she can go a different way with a different range, but I would put her on the level with the Ella Fitzgerald or a Sarah Vaughan. Given the right
Um,
support and career, that she could be a very large songstress. I'm not saying anyway in comparing her to the boss Miss Ross. A lot of women like to, go with rock with her, but I really believe more along the lines of how Ella Fitzgerald was or Sarah Vaughan in their heyday. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. But what about what's her name? Dang, I almost said it. Like Faith Evans, that sit back and listen to music. Faith Evans
Yeah,
and who
Faith
else?
does have kind of like a similar approach to being a songstress. You know, the hard thing for me is being objective and trying to figure out how I would be if I was this age, you know,
Yeah.
and what type of direction they're going. Because this is a pendulum swing. This twerking, this ass funky degenerate stuff, it's about to go in the complete opposite direction. And these kids, when they're becoming parents, they're probably going to be more conservative than we could imagine. You know what I'm
Yeah, I
saying?
would. I pray. I would hope so because the 1990s babies, I tell you, are the really ones who. I mean, the 80s babies, yeah, because that was the crack era. But as far as even though you have your 80s babies, a lot of them that were detached from their mom and dad due to drugs or whatever or prison time, they still
Now, I
were
don't know
raised
if
with
you did
the
this.
old morals. They still were
I
raised
don't.
with like the old morals
You
from
mean the
Big
tail
Mama.
end? You
Yeah,
mean the
from Big
tail end?
from
But
Big Mama, yeah. And so they were able, the 80s babies are able, to me, they do a pretty good job raising their children. Now it's the 90s babies who I think, a lot of the parents were with them. You're talking my generation having babies, and but the thing about my generation with the 90s babies, a lot of them raised their children like they were their brother and sisters. Like you got women my age that were going out in a club with their damn daughters. So this is the 90s baby. This is why they the way they are. Because their mamas hung with them and trying to compete with them and screwing their boyfriends behind their back. That kind of shit was the 90s
do,
baby
do
sufferings. But go ahead.
but
You
do
got
you
it.
know that these 30-something women are grandchildren? Let me give you the grandmothers. Let me give you an example. Are you familiar with Lauren Boebert, that crazy wench out of Colorado?
Who?
Lauren Boebert, the one that was caught being groped during a Beetlejuice musical.
I
She's a
vaguely
Republican,
remember.
but she's already a grandmother at 36. Now imagine how many of these hood rat ones are doing Sexy Red or Cardi B, and you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
That's
you got
their that's their songstress, if you will.
Yeah, you got a lot of
I,
30-year-old women that are grandmothers because their 15 and 16-year-old daughters had babies.
that's what I'm saying. And this is now the new millennium people are 23. The ones born in
Yeah.
2000, they're
Yeah.
23.
Yeah. My great niece, let me see, my niece Toya, she's 39 and her daughter is 21, I think, or 22.
Exactly.
She's
See,
having a baby.
that's two. That's
My niece is
2002.
almost 40. My niece is almost 40.
Yeah, well,
And she's gonna be 40 in January. And
but
her
that puts her
daughter
daughter
is
as
20.
2002.
Yeah, her daughter is about 21 and she's having a baby now. But at least she finished high school. She's smart. Um, but my niece that's gonna be 40 in January, she got a 2-year-old son.
Now you
I
see that wide
I
range. You see that wide range that you just said. You see
yeah,
a
I told my
40
niece,
40
she
year old
said
with a
she
two year
wanted a
old
son.
and a 21 that's about to be pregnant.
So that baby boy is spoiled as hell. They live in Delaware and I love them. And my niece, you know, she did really a great job raising her daughter. Her daughter is very she's up her
But
daughter
look at
does
what we're
not date
saying though.
guys her age. Her baby father's like 33.
But look what we're saying. We're already 2 decades in the new millennium. These are babies
Yeah.
born during since the pandemic. Now I don't know if you did this by
Shit.
accident or not.
Is that you
Unfortunately, you
straight
brought it up.
smoke? I'm sorry.
It looks like root. Is that root
No,
hiding
that
in the
is root
corner?
word. I know it.
Salute, Alabama. Salute,
That
OG.
is
Salute,
Hey,
Sister
smoke
Bessie.
straight.
Hope
Is
everybody
that
day going
you?
okay.
Smoke straight in the back, please. Cause I don't want nobody to porn by me. Just turn your camera on real quick. Cause I can't hear you back there. All right, turn it off, honey. Got you. I'm being protective this time.
When you first put that out, you went from Generation Z to Generation Alpha, which I found interesting. If you want to bring that chart up again, remember the silent generation, the lost generation. I liked how you kind of put your own little taste on it, whether you intended it or not. But
But
Generation Z is now the parents of Generation Alpha, like you just pointed out with your niece who's 21. So this is the second generation in the 21st century, is what I'm saying. Because we're in the 2020s.
oh, I see what you're
We're
saying
we're in the
now.
2020s. So we're already two generations in the new millennium.
Yeah, I get it. So here it is right here, Bamu.
So with
But
your
this is the way
niece,
it is
here
online.
here's what I'm suggesting. With your niece, whether you do this in this particular example, we need to work on a campaign where there's an official historian in every household. And we need to figure out an infrastructure to support them, plug them in with geneticists and these supposed experts that are in these museums, the supposed forensic genealogists, etc. We need to
Uh-huh.
seriously look at that as a political agenda. I'm saying, as far as voting is concerned, if you're not supporting households knowing who they are and getting their family history, you feel what I'm saying?
Yes.
Did you see the story that Cuddy released about this brother finding his family land in Georgia earlier
Yes,
today?
I was going to show
And
that today.
well,
Actually,
go
thanks
ahead,
for
cook. Let me
reminding
shut
me
up. Let me shut
because
up,
he
if you don't mind.
emailed me and asked me, "Thank you." Damn, I almost forgot about that. I'm gonna play it right now because he emailed me and asked me if I would share this. You talking about UTLS, Unlimited Through Life Struggles? He emailed me this morning about 11:30, and I told him that I would do it on my live. Let me do a share screen, y'all. Hold on. Um, Here we go. This is what happens when you do your genealogy, y'all. Present.
That board you just showed was beautiful. We should do a lot of other stuff like that too. That goes through different decades and stuff. Though, even if it's right or wrong, it's a foundation of proof or how we feel about situations. I like how you had that generation board, like Generation Z, Generation X, and stuff like that.
Yeah, we'll
Uh,
come back to that as soon as this video go off, root word. And then I'm gonna show you the other thing timeline to remember. Here we go. Here we go, y'all.
Once upon a time, in the state of Ohio, there lived a man named Vince Sanford. At the age of 45, Vince embarked on a remarkable journey to restore his ancestors' land located in Georgia. This land had been passed down through generations, a precious inheritance from his ninth removed grandfather who had fought valiantly in the Revolutionary War. A father of two children, in which both graduated high school. His son has graduated from the Air Force University, where he was a star football player, and his daughter currently attends medical school. Now, Vince aimed to preserve this legacy for his three beloved grandchildren and the generations yet to come. Determined to honor his family's rich history, Vince delved deep into American laws and immersed himself in countless hours of genealogy research. With unwavering dedication and perseverance, he uncovered an incredible truth. He was a direct heir of his grandfather, the original recipient of the land grant in Georgia. Filled with newfound hope, Vince embarked on a quest to seek justice and reclaim what rightfully belonged to his family. However, his path was not an easy one. Vince found himself entangled in a federal lawsuit against a formidable defendant who claimed ownership of the land. Undeterred by the challenges that lay ahead, Vince knew that besides legal proceedings, he needed financial support to travel to and from Georgia, cover legal fees, property taxes, and acquire the necessary tools and equipment to properly maintain the ancestral lands. With humility in his heart and a passionate plea for assistance, Vince turned to the kindness and generosity of strangers. He established a GoFundMe campaign, sharing his captivating story of heritage, resilience, and the pressing need to restore his family's land. Overwhelmed by the outpouring of support, Vince felt a renewed sense of hope and purpose. The donations that he'll receive from compassionate individuals will enable him to embark on his journey. With their help, he could travel to Georgia, hire competent lawyers, pay property taxes, and acquire the tools and equipment necessary for the restoration process. If you are in any way able to help Vince and his family out in this cause, please leave a donation. You could also help by sharing this GoFundMe link with any possible donors. Thanks. The message that you just received was from Vince Sanford, generated by 11 Labs AI.
You see that red
Okay.
clay in Georgia?
Yes, I was about to say that. Our complexion. I'm about to put his link in the chat room right now. Copy. All right, let me get back here. All right.
In my
Yes.
opinion, a lot of them old buildings got that red clay from down there in that shit. And a lot of old cement, because I heard that's how you make like Hemp Creek and it's that Adobe stuff is you use clay, water, and dirt, and that's the first form of American. That stuff really is it's a good form of concrete. What I'm hearing, because it you can't bring no bugs in. It keeps the temperature good. So I heard that clay down there is very deep when you start mixing it with shit. But I digress.
So yeah, Root Word, this is what we were talking about, and I got this from offline. It's the generations. You got the lost generation from 1883 to 1900, the greatest generation. I don't know why they call it the greatest generation, because horrible things happened. 1901 and 1924, because 1924 is the Racial Integrity Act. Then you got the silent generation.
But hold on right there for a moment. They called them that because they went to World War II.
Oh,
That's why
okay.
they were referred to as the greatest generation. The irony of it is, the lie and the narrative is they saved the world from Nazism, from Japan's imperialism, and saved the world for democracy. And I'm sorry, did they save it for or from white supremacy? Because since World War
I
II,
like how you put that.
well, what has
Yeah,
our
that was the
society
start of something. My
become
opinion of it.
since World War II? Trump is 77. Biden is 80. Go on to the next generation, my dear. As you would say, they would be born during those years in World War II, right?
And the silent generation.
No, Biden is 80. Trump is 77 or 78.
Baby boomers.
Yeah, I would say, because if you take Malcolm X was born in the silent generation, and Farrakhan and Martin Luther King,
Now
they
you
were
do
born
know
in this.
they're saying that Farrakhan is 90. Did you hear that in that
Yeah, I
lawsuit?
did. Yeah, about that lawsuit.
So that makes
Um,
him what? Born in 1933?
I'm about to do it right now.
That's
It's
that
20.
silent generation. Should be
Yeah.
called secret generation.
Um, let's see.
And by the way, Richard Roundtree passed today.
Oh, he
Condolences to his
did.
family. Yes, sir.
Wow.
Cuddy brought that just at the end when we were leaving.
Yeah, just like the girl from Three's Company too, the other day. Shout out to her too.
I would love for all of us to do something like this, because this is like
Oh,
a foundation. And all of us going to interpret different though, but just bring our interpretations to shit like this, like how we feel about the generations. Are we on the same page? Because Ali Bamu right beside that baby boomers generation. It should be that World War II stuff though. But I digress.
yeah. Um, Farrakhan was born in 1933, so he's right there with my grandmother. My grandmother was
Silence.
born in 1931, silent generation. And then you have the baby boomers, which is my mom. My mom was born in 1948. And
Now
oh, wait a
remember,
minute, my
you
dad was
just
born in silent generation too. He was born in 1944.
okay.
Hmm.
Remember, they're reverse engineering this because the baby boomer was the first marketing demographic. So those three generations prior to them, this is being reverse engineered. Now, as far as
Oh,
Generation Alpha, which I find interesting, you have it marked at 2013. That's in the Obama administration.
that's what they had online for the Generation Alpha 2013. I'm definitely Generation X.
So you
Yup.
see, we're getting on the tail end of Generation Alpha in the next 2 years.
Wow.
Actually, it's over now.
Basically, pretty much, yeah, because now you got to do 2020. Yeah, yeah.
Over
It's about to
with.
be 2024. Yeah. So now, the baby boomers, yeah, that the baby boomer era
So
is
wait a minute.
when we,
Hold on. When you just said that, is this generation beta or generation BB 2.0? Baby boomer 2.0. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis. Finish.
The
you know what? I
beginning,
don't.
like you said, my fault.
Oh no, 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 no. Go ahead. I could go after.
Not just my um opinion. Like brother Ali Bamu said that the baby boomer generation, you could take it as they was bringing in something or bringing out something. Just my opinion. Generation Alpha is bringing in something or taking out something. Just my opinion of it. But I digress.
Mm. I know in the silent generation, the greatest generation, and back up, and those era are the eras that we weren't allowed to say that we was Indian. I'm looking at the years. Those are the years.
But remember, the lost generation would be of age in World War I.
Yes.
See, someone born in 1900 would be 17 in 1917.
Yep.
And people, young men, were lying about 15 and 16 years of age to go off to war in World War I.
Mm.
While the grandfather of a certain person that will remain nameless was not only a deserter, twice run out of Germany during World War I and became an absquatulating cracker over here, running a brothel and a whorehouse during the gold rush. I wonder who that was.
But I'm looking at okay, the baby
Mm.
boomers. Um, that's the civil rights era where we had all the marchings with Martin Luther King, because it's like that's when he was in Alabama, uh, and then you get Generation X is when he gets killed in
Yes.
68,
Yes.
Well, don't forget Malcolm in
and
60
Malcolm X too.
Mm-hmm.
Malcolm in 65, Martin in 68. One was born in 25 and the other was born in 29. They both died at the age of 39.
Ain't that something? So damn young.
But
And
did you
that's that
see
that's that's crazy because they got the X there, and then you got Malcolm X. I'm like, wow.
but did you
I,
see where they're trying to exhume not exhume erase or expunge the criminal record of Martin Luther King Jr.? Have you seen that? And by the
No,
way, out of Fulton County, where Fonnie Willis is going after Trump, the same Fulton County.
get out. That black
Yes, I
lady.
sent it to Cuddy. No, 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 no. This is a black male. This is another. He does misdemeanors,
Uh huh.
and he is trying to expunge many of those civil rights arrests that Martin Luther King suffered. I'll forward it to you because I sent it to Cuddy
They
earlier
should,
because
because
for
he
some.
would. They was peacefully assembling.
Well, I'm of two minds on this. I want you to just hear both
Yeah,
sides.
that's a hard one.
All right. Expunging the record is one thing, whether or not, even though he's posthumous in his case, but other people whose lives have been ruined from even misdemeanor charges. They said that there are elderly people who can't get in actual hospice or rest homes from having a fine of like $15 from the 1930s and the 1940s.
Get out of here.
And I'm going to forward the article to you. And can you erase what's already historical record? You feel what I'm saying, Straight Smoke? So the
Yes.
expunging of the record, and many of the so-called civil rights activists said, "Hey, that's a badge of honor to me in the first place." And
No, it
you
wasn't.
do know that he was arrested 30 times more than Malcolm X was, who went to jail for
Did
about
I
7
do that?
years.
Wow.
If I
So when
could,
we're talking about, oh, let me hand you the baton this way, Straight Smoke. So when we're
yes, sir.
talking about expunging the supposed criminality of the criminal injustice system, because by and large it was unjust, directed at the only American. And do we wipe away history for future record by doing such things when they shouldn't have been arrest records in the first place? But go ahead, brother, chop it up.
Well, what I was going to say was, first and foremost, thank you, Sister Bethy, for allowing me to be with you yet again. I really
They'll be having fun.
um I don't know if y'all know, in 1913 through 1915 or 16, you can mail your kids within the states. That's something
What?
that these people did.
Oh, wait a minute. I think I heard something about that.
Yeah. I if off the top of my head, I think it was it was 1913 through like 1915, 16. You could mail your child somewhere else in the United States, and they sent them by rail. Also, your show topic, I understand where you exactly what you coming from, because I had said in the chat that that sounds like the repurification of a tribe, or the dilution, or something to that effect. Get rid of the people that was causing trouble to both people's standards, and let's take
Mhm.
them somewhere else.
Yeah.
you know and then when you pulled up this generational image that you had up, I was looking at that, and when it said, what is that, the silent generation, that one hit home with me, because a lot of people born in that time, they are not willing to answer serious questions. They will
But
dodge them questions.
remember, they lived in the
Well,
midst of the
yeah.
terrorism of Jim Crow.
Yeah.
So the
I
horror
understand.
of their life.
Hmm. I
I was going to
understand,
say,
but
just
we
give you one
just
example.
I
Viola
understand.
Ford Fletcher is still alive at 109. So what generation was she in that timeline, Sister
But
Betty?
see, that's why that board that Sister Bethy brought up, because one thing that gives us an advantage as the millenniums, we came up with that computer, or we came in with to the computer, and information got delivered to us quicker than these elders. So it make me respect the elders a little more, knowing that they ain't got the information presented to us though. So as much as I'll be saying little faulty shit, I understand that that computer and the information wasn't given to them like it's given to us. But I digress.
I
But if she's
and
109 today, that will be what, 1914?
yeah, I put the calculator way over here. Let me see. 2023. Was she born in 1900?
No, she's 109. Remember, she just got, well, I wouldn't say she's embarrassed, but that
Yeah, she was born
lawyer,
in 1914.
yeah,
1914, you're right.
that lawyer made it fast and loose with not filing an actual claim that, massacres, murder, and that type of horrific race incident has no statute of limitation. Why in the world did he feel the need to file a nuisance lawsuit? But go ahead, Straight Smoke. I
Exactly.
sent that. I texted that to you, Queen Mother. Man, I
I
noticed you didn't
did. I
see it.
see it's a
See your
video and
email.
I'll get a strike if I play it.
Hey, look at them
No, no, no.
generations and look.
Hold on, Root. There's two different articles I sent you that's talking about expunging the record. There might be an embedded video in the article with Martin Luther King, but I also sent you something that's historic about Malcolm X's arrest. Now, the
Oh,
FBI file, if you want to
I got
send
it.
that back to yourself, because you know how the FBI files are, they're like PDFs. But I
Yeah.
just wanted you
Yes,
to
they
have
are.
it for your historical record, or if you want to forward it to Straight Smoke, maybe you could deal with it, Smoke, on the PDF for the
I
FBI
I I
file of
I
Malcolm.
got it right. I got it
I
right
can.
here.
But to
Um,
to to add on to what you saying, Ali Bamu, about Martin and Malcolm, they both. I have to throw Fred Hampton in that too. They had the entire weight of the federal government on them, 24/7.
damn.
But do you know they had an FBI file on Malcolm before he left prison, and that was
Yes,
1992.
but that's what I'm
Remember
saying. The the um
early?
the, the same entity, because I this is something that I'm putting together. there's three separate entities that they used on all three of these men. And it's a shock to me that you would go that extreme, and even the presidents knew. So
But Smoke, do you
I'm
know
a little
in the
leaning on
lawsuit?
something.
But do you know in the lawsuit that Cuddy shared today, part of the background was the Anti Defamation League worked with the FBI back in 1945
They
on
never stopped.
tracking Elijah Muhammad, Queen Mother. That's literally World War II.
They
So
never
this is going to
stopped
be
that.
very interesting how this stuff unveils through this lawsuit that Farrakhan has filed in Manhattan, I might add.
He had to file it in Manhattan. You either got to do it in the District of Criminals or Manhattan or the gutter.
Do not try to ship your kids. In the early days of parcel post, a few parents managed to mail their children to relatives. In 1913, an 8-month-old baby in Ohio was mailed by his parents to his grandmother, who lived a few miles away. The baby was safely delivered. Regulations were quickly established to prevent any additional mailing of children through the U.S. mail. Was there a
But
certified return
hold
receipt?
on. You don't know the narratives about people being put in boxes and shipped during the supposed Underground Railroad period? Whether it's
Well,
mythology or not, but
that's
I don't know.
funny. That's funny. All right, let me do the get the Malcolm X one. I should be here. Here it is. Yep. Okay. Disclaimer.
Sister Bethy,
Now,
if you don't want
actually,
to
when you
show it,
go
you
to
can
that
read it.
article, you might want to
Oh no,
decide how
I
you want to scroll through that. It's very lengthy, but very in depth. I think it's better than trying to do cliff notes on the autobiography of Malcolm X.
well, it's public information. It's
It
the
is.
federal FBI, so I can share this. I shared before about the Moors, that whole process. So this is the same site. Um, so
But do you know
1925
in
to
the lawsuit they
1965.
never once mentioned Malcolm in the lawsuit that Farrakhan has filed through the complaint or the background of the pending lawsuit? Now, is
Malcolm
that the
X
FBI? Is
Little.
that the FBI file you're showing there?
Yeah. Fair use. Fair deleted the exemption. All right. Oh
Now, the
God.
article I think you're really going to appreciate. The article goes into how he became who he was behind bars.
Which one? Which article is it? Is it the
That's the
first one?
last thing I sent you. No, that's the last thing. The first thing I sent you was expunging the record of Martin Luther King. The last thing I sent you was about Malcolm X arrested. I just wanted you to have the FBI file that if you
This
want
is
to do whatever you want to do with it.
oh, so there's you sent me something else. You sent me two
Yeah,
things
the
on
third
Malcolm
thing.
X.
Yeah, the third. I sent you three things. The third thing I sent you was the actual article about Malcolm's arrest and the history of him behind bars.
Oh, okay. None of it's a video. Okay, I get it. So it's this one, this third one. Copy. I'll send it to myself now. Um,
But I
bear with
wanted
me,
you to
you
have
guys.
the FBI file for your record, your archive.
Yep, I got it. Thank you so much, my king brother.
Now, I
King
really
Benny.
want y'all, if y'all want to chop up that article about expunging his record, it's going to become a national movement. Because whether or not they do it for Martin Luther King, this is going to be the second layer. Like, they want to give Trump this credit for Angela Stanton King and allegedly pardoning Lil Wayne or whatever, you know. But when you're expunging record, projecting forward for these babies in the alpha generation, what will they be taught in curriculum? Will there be an asterisk? Will they teach Malcolm X separately? Because the nation is actually literally trying to ignore and wipe him out of the history of the Nation of Islam.
Why?
I'm telling you, once you get this lawsuit, as you know, you can look it up on Justia, like we were chopping it up with Cuddy earlier today. They never mentioned Malcolm's name whatsoever.
Malcolm X imprisoned. On this day in 1946, 20-year-old Malcolm Little entered the state prison in Charlestown to begin serving a sentence for burglary. While in jail, he joined the Black Muslims, a new branch of Islam. Burning to know more about his faith, he began a campaign to improve his reading and writing. After copying an entire dictionary page by page, he read every book the prison library had in philosophy, history, literature, and science. He later said, months passed without my even thinking about being in prison. In fact, up to then, I had never been so truly free in my life. When he was paroled in 1952, 46 was, oh, he did 6 years. Malcolm X became one of the country's most compelling black leaders. He sure was. His desire to read was so intense that he would slip out of bed after 10, lights out, order and sit on the floor near the door to his cell, where he could see dimly by the glow of a bulb in the corridor. Malcolm X, one of the most influential black leaders of the 20th century, found his life calling in jail. During the 7 years he spent in Massachusetts state prisons, Malcolm X joined the Black Muslims, educated himself, and became an outspoken defender of black nationalism. By the time he was paroled in 52, he was well equipped to advance the Black Muslim cause. Born Malcolm Little, he was the son of a Baptist minister from Omaha. On his release from prison, Malcolm adopted X as his surname to represent the African family name lost when his ancestors were enslaved. What proof did he have? But anyway, his father was a strong supporter of civil rights, and the Littles were often harassed for their views. When Malcolm was 6, his father died in a streetcar accident. His mother later suffered a nervous breakdown and was committed to a mental hospital. An angry and embittered Malcolm dropped out of school after the 8th grade. He drifted to Boston, then to New York, and back to Boston, where he began using and selling drugs. Although he worked off and on as a waiter and shoe shiner, Malcolm's real job was hustling, drug dealing, gambling, prostitution, racketeering, and robbery. In 1946, at the age of 20, he was arrested on burglary charges. He was convicted and sentenced to 8 to 10 years in Massachusetts State Prison. In his words, I woke up the next morning thinking about those words, immensely proud to realize that not only had I written so much at one time, but I'd written words that I never knew were in the world. In the prison in Charlestown, Malcolm X soon earned the nickname Satan for his seething hatred and cursing of God, the Bible, and all things religious. His sisters visited him and wrote regularly, urging him to embrace the black man's religion. They introduced him to the teaching of Elijah Muhammad, the leader of the black Muslims. Malcolm was powerfully drawn to Muhammad's claim that the white man was the devil and that the history of the world was one long story of white men pillaging and raping and bleeding and draining the whole world's non-white people. As he absorbed Elijah Muhammad's teachings, Malcolm's confidence and dignity began to grow. He wanted to learn more, but his limited reading and writing ability made it difficult. He decided to educate himself. He borrowed a dictionary and began systematically reading it. In my slow, painstaking, rage handwriting, he later remembered, I copied into my tablet everything printed on the first page, down to the punctuation marks. I believed it took me a day. Then aloud, I read back to myself everything I'd written on the tablet. I woke up the next morning thinking about those words, immensely proud to realize that not only had I written so much at one time, but I'd written words that I never knew were in the world. He proceeded to copy the dictionary's next page and eventually copied the entire book. When he was finished, he could, for the first time, pick up a book and read and now begin to understand what the book was saying. No university would ask any student to devour literature as I did when this new world opened to me. of being able to read and understand. Through the efforts of his sister, Malcolm was transferred to an experimental prison in Norfolk, which had a large library. He spent the next 5 years reading. No university would ask any student to devour literature as I did when this new world opened up to me of being able to read and understand. He desired to read. His desire to read was so intense that he would slip out of bed after 10 o'clock, lights out, order and sit on the floor near the door to his cell where he could see dimly by the glow of a bulb in the corridor. At 1 hour intervals, the night guards paced past every room. Each time I heard the approaching footsteps, I jumped into bed and feigned asleep. And as soon as the guard passed, I got back out of the bed onto the floor area of the light glow, where I would read for another 58 minutes. That went on until 3 or 4 every morning. Malcolm read broadly from Socrates and Gandhi to Herodotus and Webb Du Bois. He wanted to test his new faith against writings of historians, philosophers, and scientists. Years later, he wrote in his autobiography, I have often reflected upon the new vistas that reading opens to me. I knew right there in my prison that reading had changed forever the course of my life. My homemade education gave me, with every additional book that I read, a little bit more sensitivity to the deafness, dumbness, and blindness that was afflicting the black race in America. Almost done, you guys. When Malcolm was paroled in 1952, he went to Chicago to meet Elijah Muhammad. He joined the Nation of Islam within a year and returned to Boston to become minister at the Islam Temple number 11 in Roxbury. So my family friend, his provocative incendiary and often vengeful speechless challenge white authority. In contrast to nonviolent black activists such as Martin Luther King Jr., Malcolm X insisted that violent action might sometimes be necessary to achieve political and social equality. His impeccable personal conduct and his inspirational message won him a devoted following among Black Americans. In time, Malcolm X became disillusioned with Elijah Muhammad. In 1964, he broke with the Nation of Islam. He converted to Orthodox Islam and moderated his speeches. A trip to Mecca exposed him to people of all colors or practice who practiced the Islamic faith, shattering his long-held belief that whites are inherently evil. He began to advocate self-help, self-defense, education, and cooperation. More militant black nationalists felt betrayed. He received death threats and his home was firebombed. On February 21st, 1965, he was assassinated as he addressed a crowd at the Abaddon Ballroom in Harlem. 3 men were arrested and charged with his murder. Prosecutors claimed that the killing was meant as an object lesson for Malcolm's followers, but no direct evidence was ever found to link the murders to the Nation of Islam. And that's the end of it. Nice, short, and sweet. Oh, God, Ab Power! Oh, wait,
Scroll
is
down
that
to
really
the
you, Ab?
scroll,
Let me see that. Wait.
scroll to the
Hold
bottom
up.
and look at
Hold
those
up,
links.
hold up. Ab, I'm trying to let Ab up here, but I gotta put my thing up, overlay up.
We
Cause
finna get
now,
a baptism. We about to get a
yeah,
baptism.
I wanted to make sure that that's him. I gotta put my overlay up so I can make sure that that's him. Like we got porn bomb, yes. Hold up, Ab, I'm coming. Oh, this one is a good one. Okay. Hey, Ab,
Iron Mountain.
it's
You
that's.
stupid cowboys need to get out of here. No, this bullshit. What's going on with y'all?
Oh my goodness, Ab! I really thought you was somebody. Oh,
What's
that's
going on with
crazy.
y'all?
Now we
Big
reading stuff.
Babaton, Copper Color Grizzly.
Hey, that is Ab. Okay, so I could take this down. We know Ab ain't gonna
Salute,
come on.
Paul. Salute, bro.
Man, what's going on, everybody, man? What's going on? What's the word?
You got the best
Big
hand.
Babaton. You just came in after Malcolm, man. Would you scroll down, sister, to the bottom and see what they have about his boyhood home and the links at the bottom of that article?
Oh, it's still something on there. Is
Yeah,
that
just
you,
scroll to the
Isness?
bottom.
Let me put this
Scroll to
thing
the
in.
bottom of the article.
Is that you, Isness?
Oh, you must have had a couple trolls come through here, Sister Betty. Is that
Well,
what happened?
somebody used
Oh yeah,
juice.
last
Somebody
night they
used they
clowned
juice
Juicy.
face in like the
Yeah.
last minute. It's only a
They
minute.
use who?
Juice's face. That be in the chat, and it was a black guy. He looked African, and his wee wee was like the size of a 6-year-old's.
Oh, God bless him.
He's a grown ass man. It was just disgusting.
Oh
So
God.
Cuddy's gonna nip it out for me.
Oh Lord. But at the
I can show
bottom
you how to do
also,
it. I can show you how to do it yourself, Sister Betty.
Yeah.
I'd just be so scared. But when we do that, I'm gonna lose the live chat replay, right?
Nope.
No.
No, you won't. As a matter of fact, when you done with this live stream, call me and I'll walk you through it.
Are you
Yep.
gonna go live?
No, I'm not going live today. I'm a little tired.
Okay. So,
I mean, I don't know. I might though. I might talk some shit. I
well,
haven't
I ain't
talked
gonna
about
stay on that long, but I wanted to go through something else with everybody because I'm just looking at like alternative views. Like, did our chiefs in the U.S. forcefully ship Aboriginals to Africa, like against their will? Did they send thousands of them over there and just drop them off and left them there because their Bible says that you will be brought to a strange land and you'll serve. So who was that pertaining to? Them, because they came here on ships, but they were indentured servants and slaves, and then we got people that they brought over to Africa. But that was during the colonization society. But I'm talking prior to that, that these chiefs said, "Look, let's get all these scavengers out of our land and ship them to Africa." Because there's still nothing in Africa, if you really think about it. Only South Africa and what is it? Nigeria and South Africa have the buildings like we have over
Hell,
here.
half of the islands around it ain't even occupied. Shit like Madagascar and them other little islands, they hardly even occupied by people.
They
Yeah.
can't be occupied by people, considering what the animals they have on that island.
what type of shit they got on that island?
Oh my God, like
I know you're
Madagascar,
not
my
talking
dude. Go
about
look at
Dr.
it.
Moreau. Come on, Trey.
They did make a movie, a cartoon about that, didn't they? Madagascar. So shit
Oh,
like that.
damn the cartoon. I'm talking about. Go look at like you remember this? Do everybody remember this dude? His name is David Attenborough. He used to do the BBC stuff.
Yeah,
Oh,
Go to
but
different
yeah.
places. David
but didn't he?
Attenborough.
But
Yeah, I
didn't he
remember
submit
him.
Jurassic Park though? Wasn't he
Uh,
a producer of Jurassic Park?
no,
He's the one that would play with and wrestle with the animals, right?
no. You
No, that's
getting him mixed
Crocodile
up with
Dundee.
that other dude from
You
Australia.
talking about Steve
Oh.
Irwin? Nah, we talking about the dude you should do the Nova shit. You should do the
Yes,
science on BBC.
yes. Now, see,
Yeah.
you had David Attenborough and you had Carl Sagan.
Carl Sagan, right? Both of them.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, yep.
Right. Now, see, you got to see the whole thing about what they were showing you. Yeah, they went to these places and whatnot, but they always threw one thing up in your face: how the climate is changing so much that it's going to affect everybody. Remember
But
the
before we
climate
forget,
change scam.
Yeah, from
before we
Al
forget,
Gore. Al Gore started
Al
pushing
Gore,
that
yeah.
bullshit. Yeah.
hold on about this. This whatever the undiscovered truth crap from Al Gore. Scroll back to the bottom of the article, and I just wanted you to see if they had the link of the boyhood home of Malcolm, because I think those are active links at the bottom of the article.
Oh, here's the bottom.
Now look at the map right there. You see that with Boston? Would you read what they claim jumped off in and around the Boston area? Because that's your neighborhood, Queen Mother.
And Roxbury,
Yeah, but look at
preservation
what
of
they
Malcolm
said.
X boyhood. Although it is still a private home and not open to the public, work is underway to preserve the home of Malcolm X's sister at 72 Dale Street in Roxbury, where he lived during his time in Boston. Is that what you wanted?
And do you know his nickname was Detroit Red or Dirty Red when he was
Yeah.
hustling and pimping? But
Yeah.
does that
But who
link
was he
open
working
up with?
for at that time? Who
That's
was
an interesting
who?
question, straight.
I know.
But does that link open up and show you the boyhood home? That's what I wasn't able to do on the
This
article.
one
Was
right
those
here.
active? I'm not sure. I mean, is
This
that
is
an
says
active
the
link?
official Malcolm X website.
Who was he working for at that time?
Nope, it's
Well,
not.
remember he was running white women. If we know how the movie was shown with Spike, but
Spike.
No, this
when he
isn't
was
showing the
running from
home.
Roxbury to
You
Boston,
can't trust that movie, man. That movie was written by Alex Haley. It came directly from the autobiography of Malcolm X, which was written by Alex Haley. You can't trust that movie whatsoever.
Right.
Hmm?
I mean, there's some parts of it that's very real, like when he had all the brothers outside at the police station, like a militant.
oh, and
That
when the
was
cop
very
said that's
real.
too much power for one man.
Well,
Man,
he said one
the
nigga.
family sued that man for adding a lot of lies into that movie. The family sued Alex Haley for writing that autobiography, by the way.
Yeah, they did.
There wasn't,
You're
so
right.
he wasn't only sued for Roots, he was also sued for the autobiography of Malcolm X as well.
That's
He
correct.
was a
So
fraud.
so Malcolm X at that time when he got bumped, he was working for the Patricia family out of Boston.
Did Bumpy's daughter, was she really close with Malcolm like that and travel with him? Bumpy Johnson's daughter.
I just know it's awfully weird. As soon as he got to New York, he went and started fucking with them top dogs, them bosses. That's it. So y'all making some good points.
I love Malcolm regardless. Nobody ever tells the right story, but I'm glad the family sued Alex Haley because he was just a mad agent. You
Well,
know how many
again,
lives he messed up?
Sister Beth, you
Huh.
got to understand, he had 3 government agencies.
Who?
Malcolm X, 3 different government agencies on him
Oh, on him.
specifically. Yes, like he was a targeted man because they
And
could not
remember that
allow,
FBI
they
file
couldn't
was on him
allow,
before he
they
left
couldn't allow,
prison.
they couldn't allow any black man to talk like that, to stir up who? Ali Bamu, to stir up who?
Now, remember what Chief said earlier about the rise of the Black Messiah. Messiah just means messenger.
Hmm.
But did you? Now, I don't know if you want to go over the expunging article, like I said, about MLK, because I think that's going to be very interesting if and when that is successfully done. Because they are going to attempt to create a dangling carrot for voting Negroes, Christian Negroes particularly, if they go about expunging the record starting with MLK. And what does that really mean? You know what I'm saying, straight? We were talking about this earlier. What
Yes, I
does that
do.
mean when you have people with misdemeanors that are preventing them from voting,
Or
Yeah.
getting
from
a job.
getting homes? Go ahead, brother. Cook on it. Cook on it.
Yeah, from getting jobs, from getting homes, to even protecting themselves, buying firearms, doing all of that to help them keep their family structure. The whole thing about it, and Ali Bamu, that's you spot on with it. Yet again, if you don't recognize the history, you won't recognize the future.
What was that question you asked again?
But see, the issue that's going to be raised about expunging records, root words. Now, I don't know if you want to review that article, Queen Mother, but I
I'm
do
trying to get
think,
it up. That's why I like when you email them to me instead of texting me because I got to send it to myself. I'm
well,
coming, whoever's back there.
I'm saying the confusion that gets caused by people is by the manipulation of mass incarceration and targeting the Negro male exclusively as the element of crime. Roots, you understand what I'm saying?
Roots.
Oh yeah, it's all good. Yeah, yeah, that's a shit number one fact. Yeah.
Oh,
So wouldn't you, Ali Bamu, wouldn't you say that stands behind the same changes or laws that was implemented to say that all American people are wildly natured and they have to be tamed? I even believe someone said that out loud.
Oh, you
Can't
mean
remember
Bethany
her
was taught?
name.
You want to quote her from yesterday? Straight smoke.
Man.
That you feeble mind, crazy, wild Indian niggas are stupid. You mean that? I'm paraphrasing. I'm paraphrasing your Queen Mother. I know she's focused right now.
But
I'm
it's
mailing.
just crazy to hear. If you listen to the words that these people choose to use, and remind you, they're supposed to be highly educated, right? But look at the words they choose to use when they're talking to people.
Yep. Let's see who's in the back.
But just the phrase
Oh yeah.
feeble minded alone, remember, morons and imbeciles were used by Margaret Sanger for sterilization, starting with the so called white
Oh, that's
female
I hope that's her.
in the
Ooh.
Appalachians of West Virginia.
Hold on. From what I understand, didn't Mary McLeod
Salute, it's
Bethune
me.
and
Okay.
who was that? It was three black people that went along with the sterilization program during that age of Margaret Sanger. I did a whole series on my Rumble channel about the enemies of humanity, and it was all about Margaret Sanger and the people that she and had around her, and how she
Hmm.
convinced that the cream of the crop in male or female, specifically in her race, which was white, she wanted to eliminate anyone that had any defects. And we
But
had
that's
three
why the
black people.
targeting,
Hold on,
but
let
that's
me
why
land
the
my plane.
targeting.
And we had three black people, prominent black people at that time, that not only went along with this, they helped this same system go. I digress.
No, you're probably spot on, my brother. Now, whether Mary McLeod Bethune, because I don't want to cast aspersions on anyone in particular, we'd have to do the research on it and have to look at the timeline of the contemporaries. But it's kind of the same way. Remember that racist belief from suffraging, the suffrage of what's that woman's name? God, because they tried to put that statue up of these two white women and Sojourner Truth with her famous "Ain't I a Woman" speech, but then showed how racist the white female suffrage movement was, which is why black women weren't considered or included in 1920. You feel me? But those particular agendas were targeting what they
Yes, I
considered
do.
morons and imbeciles, and then created the IQ, intelligent quotient test, all based on the pseudoscience of Darwinism, survival of the fittest. That's where eugenics was created in Yale in 1926 with the American Eugenics Society. But do you see that young woman in the back seat with him in that photo? Because
That,
if you would read that
that was
caption, I
founded.
think you might be very. This is the article about expunging his criminal record. Straight smoke. And by the way, when you do go through the article, Queen Mother, this was the actual felony charge that he received as a probation violation.
I'm sorry. Willie was talking to me. What did you want me to do? Hello?
Who he said he
You
asked
might
who
want
is
to
the
read.
lady in the
You
back seat
might
with
want to
him.
read the caption of that photo and notice that young woman is not Coretta Scott King.
Martin Luther King Jr.'s arrest record in Georgia County to be expunged. Um, File in this October 1960 photo. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Wright looks out the window of a police car as he and Spelman College student Agnes Blondine Orbert, arrested with him at Rich's department store, are taken to jail in Atlanta. Driving the car is Atlanta Police Captain R.E. Little.
Now
Following,
this would actually become the felony charge he got from a
Didn't he
probation.
go to jail in Albany, Georgia as well?
Oh, he has over 30, at least 30 arrests. But go ahead
In the
while I'm moving
Albany
forward.
in the Albany case, he was also with another woman, but it was a white woman, and that's actually why he went to jail in Albany,
oh
Georgia. He's in
wow,
That
jail right
now
now.
that was because he was driving and he was still using his Alabama license. But that's in the article. You'll see. This is one of the arrests that they're talking about, but not the one that's going to be expunged. The irony of this article, Bap, is this Fulton County, the same Fulton County with Fonnie Willis going after Trump. But go ahead.
Yeah, Fannie Willis went after Trump, and she went after Young Thug. And allegedly, word on the street is that Fannie and Young Thug had a sexual relationship. They kind of went their separate ways, and that's when the vitriol came against him. Allegedly.
Wow.
And the reason I know that is because Trump said this. Trump said that she targeted Young Thug because they was in a relationship, and now he's been targeted because she don't like him. That's what Trump said.
Wow.
And she's also targeting those people who protested Cop City. So she's targeting a lot of folks.
And that's crazy. Young Thug, the feds hit him like 2 days after his baby's mom got murdered. And they don't even talk about that. Like, there's some weird shit going on with him. Like, it's an example being said. It's some weird shit. But I digress, man.
Okay, so then it goes
Sister
into.
Bethy.
Does somebody want to say something?
Sister Bethy.
Yeah.
To bring out what I was saying earlier, what I was bringing up to say earlier, those people was Adam Clayton Powell, Mary Jane McLeod Bethune, and William Edward Burgard Du Bois.
Right. Yeah.
That helped Margaret Sanger.
William Clayton was working directly with them, him and Malcolm X.
Was working directly with who?
Clayton Powell, who he just brought up, was working with MLK and Martin Luther King. MLK and Malcolm X. Excuse me.
No, Bap, he's talking about Margaret Sanger.
That dude
These were advocates for Margaret Sanger's campaign that became Planned Parenthood. But go ahead, straight.
What I'm
saying
is
that what
he's
that, saying?
Yeah, see, Margaret Sanger is she got nominated by Adolf Hitler and a whole bunch of different Nazi German scientists on her eugenics program of getting the cream of the crop out of the children. Everyone else had to die. And the three people in the black community that I stated assisted in that same thing.
Wow.
Okay.
That's dope.
I digress.
No, that's some heavy shit, and they always use small implants. I feel like they still use it because now you got the Margaret Sanger end, but then you got the Bill Gates end of it too. You know, Bill Gates' father was side by side with Margaret Sanger, so now you got the Gates family who's invested into it, and you know Bill Gates is putting up prisons all throughout the country. They call super mega prisons. You ain't been hearing about those?
Yeah. Why is he doing that?
He got the land.
Is that for the immigrants though, or is it for us?
I don't know.
For you, anybody that don't want to comply. If you don't want to comply, guess where they got a spot for you now.
That's a different jurisdiction.
The super mega prison.
That's a different jurisdiction. I feel you. I could be wrong. I think that's a different jurisdiction. It might be for them immigrants.
Well, yeah, because where are these prisons located?
Well, you gotta realize it could be for immigrants. You know what I'm saying? But you know, Margaret Sanger, Planned Parenthood, Bill Gates, been trying to get the population down. So this could be a whole plan to start putting niggas back into the get down. You feel what I'm saying? So
can I dive
in? You know, they came down pretty hard after that. They came down pretty hard after with the vaccine. They came after everybody.
Yep.
But we already have enough penitentiaries, I think, that could hold the so-called Negroes and the so-called whites. I think these new motherfuckers, they can be like, look, man, because my opinion of it, that third world gangsterism, we ain't ready for it.
Right.
It's a lot of grass, man.
I guarantee you ain't, because you ain't cutting off nobody's head. Them people doing that.
Nah, I don't even care about that, though. I'm just saying they don't have nothing to live for. Yes, I ain't saying but yeah, it's a third world country. These people have low expectations, and we just ain't built for that shit.
Nah, you're right, bro. You're right. We got too much to live for. You see what I'm saying? We will go to war, but nigga, when it start being too many casualties on our end, bro, we get back, we start retreating and start thinking about a different plan, bro. Straight
Hey,
up.
if I could,
Facts, man.
if I could, I just want everybody to understand that what we have seen through this illegal immigration policy is that they just replaced the black person as a vote. So now they don't need your vote
But
no
they've been
more.
doing that forever though.
I understand what you're saying, but to castrate an entire race, they castrated an entire race. They used us up until a certain point, and now they don't need us no more because they imported
Well,
how many people? I'm just
I
saying.
almost I just say I ain't gonna say that they don't need us because I believe that's the reason shit still moving the way it is because of us. As a matter of fact, they absolutely need us. Now the vote, yeah, but economically is what sustains this particular system. So when you look at economically, even though it's a lot of immigrants over here, the black the black people, so-called black people in America make more money than all these immigrants that come here. We make more money than most countries. You know
I
what I'm saying?
understand that. I understand you, Big G. And what I'm trying to equivalate is that when they bring in these third world people, as you so eloquently put, they will work for half of the pay.
Yeah.
Okay, let's be all the way neat with this. They will work for half the pay. So if they're
Yeah, they
working
never
for
had an issue with immigrants. They only had an issue with immigrants coming over here illegal. When they're illegal, they can't
right,
tax. They ain't get no money off of it.
ain't getting no money
So
off.
yeah, so this
So
is
what
why they
they
want to
did,
lock the borders, build the wall. They want to funnel the immigrants to a legal system to give them socials, to give them fake identities, and do the same thing potentially what they did to us with the 1666 Sex Q Act. You see what I'm
you're
saying?
right, you're right. And at the same token, what I'm looking at for real, is that anyone that called themselves a sanctuary city, guess what you got? You got exactly what you asked for. Straight up. Think about
That's a
what I'm
fact.
saying. You called
If we be
yourself
looking
a
at these
sanctuary
plans though,
city. You got what you asked for. You see how quickly they got them up out of Martha's Vineyard, correct?
but that's a form of I like what you said. Both of y'all saying make good sense though. Like when you saying they're trying to erase us, I'm saying to an extent where they could bring in socialism. Because I was thinking
A
the
new
same thing, like these
social,
motherfuckers
Yeah,
a
trying to
new
wipe us the
social,
fuck out.
a new
a new
social
social
slave. That's
order.
exactly what they're
A
trying
new
to
There
usher
social
in.
you
order.
go, though. So
But
I'm
they all hold on,
But
hold on.
guess
They
what?
already have
They
they
need they
already
need
have
That
that
yesterday.
socialism.
they need
This
that
is
that
corporate.
new immigrant, that new social status to be able to eat off of another particular community. Who
Which is us.
community are they eating off of? You see what I'm saying?
Us.
So they need you around because you're a host. You feeding a lot of people. You see what I'm saying? So
yeah, so I gotta agree
Gave
with
you
you on
your
that
new
app. I
but
don't think
parasite.
they just
but
trying to
on a
wipe us out.
political
That
level, to
motherfucker.
get things done, to get bills done, for instance, the Asian hate thing been going on since the 90s, since the Watts riot, since the what's the dude who got beat up by the
Man, that's
police?
only towards them
Rodney
Asians and,
Dennis.
and
Rodney
all them guys
King.
that would
Dennis.
have
Yeah,
started
Oh,
fighting.
you
then
talking about
recently they
Rodney
came up
King?
with all this new black people attacking Asian. That's all bullshit. We don't even see them
Right.
motherfuckers. You
We
see what
Where
don't
the
I'm saying?
we
black
don't
folk
do
So,
at?
but
that. Right.
off of that whole social experiment, they created a crime bill to protect Asians. And
Is
they're
there
gonna do the
one to
same thing
protect
with
you?
other immigrants. We don't come together and get and ask for the right things. We kind of be all over
Right.
the place.
Yeah.
I think we
Is
need to
there one to
structure
protect
eyes and
you?
understand that there's going to be steps to this, and we got to get to going with the right steps. We can't we arguing on the first steps, you know.
But
Yeah.
and you're absolutely right. But the problem in our community on YouTube, we got so many people saying pull away and get our own government, which I'm not against. But when you got so many people saying that, and they influencing so many people to say, "Oh, well, I don't want to do anything in the system." So, what do you say about that? We want to pull together and say, "Yeah, we need protection stuff too," but
Well,
the
I
community
believe
is like,
I believe it's two sides to every coin, and so when you flipping it, one person gonna have heads, the next person gonna have tails. Both of them could be the winning side. meaning that there's two different ways to success. So when you want to establish a government, attach and revive and resurrect some of these nations and continue the government, some people want to branch away and start their own government. I believe both paths is a successful path. We need to have
Yeah.
multiple outlets.
Yeah,
That's what I
I
believe.
agree. You know what? I couldn't have said it better than that. You
And
were spot on.
and in the path of both of those, as you said, Big Ab, guess what has to happen? Folks gonna have to put their money where their mouth is. For real.
And,
They're gonna
and,
have to
and,
invest.
That's
They're
true.
gonna
We
have
gotta
to
we gotta
invest.
invest. And at the same time, we got things that we trying to get done, but yes, we got to invest. And that's part of the undrip. Y'all familiar with the undrip, the A drip, right?
Yeah.
They not giving you indigenous rights unless they can see that you can sustain yourself, that you can
Yeah.
operate properly. You see what I'm saying? So
Civilized and uncivilized.
Hold on. What you mean is that like
Peace.
if you got the knowledge
Oh,
and
that
you
is business.
understand what to
Okay.
do, then it'll help you out. Because sometimes I hate going at Alibaba.
yeah, that's pretty.
Because I see 1 second though, 1 second. I apologize because I go at
No, go
Alibaba
ahead.
about that, but I do see some type of truth in it, and you let me understand it more though. So I just want you to explain that more though. But I digress.
Yeah, like it's not like just necessarily that, oh, we see you got the skills and now we gonna help you. It's just like, can you help yourself? It's just like a bum. A bum might got
I
all the
love the way
potential in
you
the world.
explained that.
You see what I'm saying? It's just like a bum. He might got all the potential in the world. He might got all the skills, but he ain't making himself use. He don't want to help himself. You see what I'm saying? So compared to a motherfucker that might just be down and out, but he's willing and ready. You see what I'm saying? So the motherfucker that's willing and ready is gonna get the more opportunity and or what we say assistance. The bum is gonna get the less assistance because he's not showing that he want it or that he's not helping himself. So that's just a simple analogy. So you gotta want it and prove it, do it to yourself. It's like fuck them, but we need that shit. Like we ain't saying we don't need it, but we gonna continue building while we try to get the other part of the process done. You know what I'm saying? I think it's deeper than what people think. People think that, oh no, when you ask for this cheese, you just sit there and wait. No, even though we strike into a social economic income and growth, we got to learn that certain things in place, reparation, restitutions, all these particular things are combined. Yeah, we want all that, but we ain't gonna sit and wait though. At the same time, we still gonna keep progressing. So when it do come, it's just gonna be better for the getting. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, man, so we just got to learn how to build with each other. Social, economic income, create economic footing. Economic footing gets you the ability to even being in a position to be able to have political seating, and political seating can get things moved on a whole nother scale. You know what I'm saying? And that's going with the government route. Now there's other ways of rebellion that step away from that I wouldn't even get into on YouTube. So, but yeah, doing it that way, yeah, it's the steps. And mind you, on the flip side of that, there's a whole nother way on the opposite scale to that. You see what I'm saying? That's just as successful. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying.
I just like how you explained it though a little bit. Like if you get yourself like with, I'll just say a Sister Bethy doing, put yourself in a better position. Everything maybe you'll see the drip clear. And since I haven't all the way got myself in position, I know it got some right to it, but I'm glad you explained it. That it's like a tool, but you got to have yourself in the right position. But I digress.
Right. You got to qualify. You know what I'm saying? It's just like you might want to be in the military. You might got all the
You can't sign black. There you go. Okay, I apologize, Alibaba, because I always was confused, but I always had to hold my tongue because I see something in it. But now I'm glad you explained.
That's key though. You cannot sign that. You cannot sign black, but don't overstep black as a social understanding, because black is still attached some of our greatest attributes during one of our horrific time frames. Yeah, we went through a lot of atrocities under black, but create some of the greatest things that men ever seen in the world. We gotta own that because there's other melanated groups that will take ownership to it.
Okay, that was deep what you said, that Power. That was deep.
But Bab, since you said that, whether or not we go over the article of expunging the record of Martin Luther King, that was my point of bringing the article to the conversation, Sister Beth. See, if we expunge records, now the criminal records is the issue at hand with Martin Luther King, and I believe it's going to be done. But when people use someone like him, very prominent in our history, a quote unquote civil rights movement, what is the fallout from erasing these records? You follow what I'm saying, Sister Bethy? Not just the legal
Yes,
ramifications.
I do.
What
The
is the
ramification.
historical? But are we going to need to put asterisks on the historical record? Earlier, when we were going over the lawsuit with Cuddy, there is no mention of Malcolm X in this complaint filed for defamation by the ADL against the NOI, but the erasing of Malcolm posthumous, that's not defamation of his entire life
Well,
to not acknowledge him.
I mean, well, you got to understand that the way they fell out, they like literally disowned him when he went to Mecca,
I get that, Sister Bethy. That's still a part of the
which
historical
makes
record
me
as
sad because I
well.
love Malcolm. Huh?
I got that. You're missing what I'm proposing. I'm saying that is also a part of historical record as well. But to not acknowledge him at all, that's what's going on with us being called Negro, nigger, colored, and black. Our actual being, who we are as the American, you know what I mean when I say that, as the American, has been defamed by all these processes and labels. Now, Negro is being removed by the federal record under Obama. Expunging these records, though, and when you do get a chance to go over the article, you'll see some of the civil rights activists said, "No, that's a badge of honor for me. That's me showing the world this system here was evil and unjust. It was the criminal injustice system that is under scrutiny, not y'all try to make criminals out of the civil rights activists." Remember, the average person that was arrested was between 12 and 14 years of age. Those were literally children
They
that
were
were
children.
I
12
think
and
I
14.
think I think I think that's they got a record for the world's largest arrest of children in one day. I think it was like 15 to 35. I forget the number, something crazy. But yeah,
But we get what I'm saying though here now. The expunging of the records should be done for the individual's benefit because there, when you go through the article, Bethy, especially on the legal ramifications, you will see elderly people today that are unable to get into nursing homes. You'll see young families that are unable to get home loans. You'll see people being prevented from renting different places or getting jobs or other types of things like not voting because you have a record, your own paper, by an unjust system. You follow what I'm saying?
Okay, but it's not, I can say this legally, it's not totally gone because there's got to be something on file that states that his past arrests and everything was expunged. So that's all we need to know is that it was expunged, but it's still not, the damage was already done.
well, I
You
don't
can
know though.
expunged.
Was you talking about with Trump?
Well, I'm
No, this
no,
particular article, BAP, is
what?
talking
Are you
about
talking
the
about
removal.
the Malcolm X shit?
No, Martin Luther King's arrest record, the actual district attorney in Fulton County, same Fulton County where stuff is going down currently,
Okay, well,
record
go ahead.
expunged.
Okay, but yeah, what I was
So
trying to say,
you bringing up the Fulton County with Martin Luther King and his arrest and indictment, and you comparing it to Trump's indictment.
No, I'm not comparing it. I'm just pointing out to you where this is happening. It just so happens it is in Fulton County.
Just say
But
yes and
that's
no.
that. Well, I'm saying the point of the article where the controversy comes in. Are we altering history? And what is the benefit to people getting their criminal records expunged? You see what I'm saying? There's
I
two
mean, it
different
really
I
don't matter, man. Real rebellions have records, man. If you going against the grain as an upriser, you might get them motherfuckers. You see, Martin Luther King got more arrests than Tupac, got more arrests than 50 Cent. Lil Wayne and the rest of these goddamn rappers. These
But let me
niggas.
let me ask y'all this:
Different.
at the time when Martin Luther King, and I don't remember, was arrested at in Alabama, because I can't remember, was he a citizen?
Yep.
He was a citizen of the United States with a birth certificate.
Yes, he
And
was.
Unless you pull it
did
up
he
with
ever
your
vote?
genealogical research, I would imagine he was probably colored. And his daddy, within the article, it says, was a lifelong Republican who then endorsed Kennedy because Nixon wouldn't move on this particular
Okay,
felony
that's right.
arrest that I
Yeah,
was
he was
talking
a
about.
Republican.
That's in the article.
You're absolutely right. He was a Republican.
You know what
So,
I
with,
you know what I think?
go ahead,
I
Russ.
think that they're
I'm
trying
sorry.
to rewrite his. I think they're trying to rewrite history.
Again,
Yeah,
they're trying
yeah.
to rewrite history again. This ain't their first
Yeah.
time doing it. So, and I believe we're actually witnessing it, and I believe we cognizant based off us looking at history and how things occur, and we're catching it in the middle of the act. I believe we're catching it in the middle of the act.
And even
That's why.
the NOI, even the NOI lawsuit, to me, and I think that that's a rewriting of history. They want to clear up Mr. Farrakhan's name before he passes away.
Yep.
So they want to kind of clean that all up
Yep.
and vindicate him. I don't think it has anything to do with the community in general. It has to do with him. And that's the reason why Malcolm X wasn't in that. His name wasn't even in there because it ain't about nobody else but Mr. Farrakhan.
Say it again, Ness, please.
And it was
So
what you call it
you
said add power. It seemed like if my opinion of it, or well, how I'm looking at it, if you see what's going on today, you see what happened in the late 1800s, early 1800s. It's the same thing, except for we have the internet and we're just a little more keen to what they doing, and our elders wasn't. But I digress.
Yeah, you're
right.
right.
You're right. So, but I really don't want to read the Martin Luther King thing as of yet. I really want to go back to this timeline thing because it tells a lot in right here, and I mean it also helps the millennials and generation. Yeah, it helps the millennials a lot.
Right.
It you get to see why grandma and them didn't talk too much
Facts.
Because it's
right
a lot
here.
of frauds. A lot of frauds. When you look in
They
the
were
18,
harassed, literally harassed and
when,
threatened.
when you look at the Reconstruction period during the time that all these fires happened, all these buildings was destroyed, I got tons of records in America. There was ultimately fraud. I mean, this was like the birth of frauds. You know what I'm saying? And serial killers in America at the same time. You got H. Holmes, Neopolo. You got a couple people in America just operating around. Matter of fact, I'm gonna get into a bill. The first serial killers in
Don't
America.
tell it. Don't tell it now because people steal it. You know how YouTube does.
They ain't gonna be able to find it. There's some Tennessee shit. This 1600. They got
Oh, okay.
they ain't gonna be able to find this. And I don't know. They might be able to though. It was
I
simple.
wouldn't say what the topic is because people are gonna go start talking about it and stuff.
Oh, you think people be stealing like that?
Yeah, they do.
Hell
They
yeah.
just dirty.
Yes,
They
they
real.
do.
They're
Yes,
very
they
low
do.
down, and
They
and
low
and
down, ain't they?
yeah, they're very low down. And I
Yeah.
but that's why now when I come on, I do it just before I go live. Remember, you used to be able to set your lives the day before.
Yeah, that's why I don't like setting mines the day before because people will steal your title. People will steal your whole shindig. Yep.
Yep, they'll
I
have a
know it's a
whole
lot of
segment.
brothers in the community did that to me a couple times. I never said nothing.
It's just fucking low down, man. I'm like, really? Thank you, love.
Yeah, it is low down.
And
It's
then
about
won't even
lower
give you
than the
credit
damn
about it.
snail belly.
And then won't even give you credit. Like, man, I got this ideal off such and such, man. They won't
Word.
even give you credit over this shit.
That's the first thing
Hey,
I
but listen,
do.
I got some shit. I might do one. I might do a wake and bake with some shit in the morning. We'll see.
Oh
Hey,
hell
but this
yeah.
timeline right here, it to me, it gives me more respect for my elders because I know Generation X and the Millenniums, That's when they invented the so-called computer and gave us way more information and let us give an insight of what's really going on inside this so-called black hand that's like our power
Yeah,
center.
yeah. The Generation X and the
But,
Millennials, they
but
got
we
us
still,
all the way right. They got us
but
all the way right,
but
bro.
I'm still looking at that silent generation, bro. That's where the information stopped. They wasn't talking. They was holding on to whatever they
Yeah.
did.
Or you could look at it the
They
other
were
way. They didn't have
traumatized.
the
They was
information.
trauma.
They didn't have the
No,
keys or the elements. They didn't have the computer.
I
All they had was a
understand.
library.
no, we
I
were. They had
understand what
it.
you're
They
saying.
were traumatized. The
Them
silent
people was
generation
hurt.
was the traumatized generation, and the greatest generation. That's a lot of hangings took place in those days down
I
south.
swear.
Yeah,
Stuff
and I
went
gotta
bad.
agree that my opinion of it with no proof is I think a lot of us
No,
wasn't
I
even
doubt
born where
that.
we at
Listen,
like in the late 1800s, early 1900s. I
Tennessee
think a lot
probably
of us
got the
probably
less.
lived somewhere else. Like
I
the
don't even think
previous
they got no
generations,
hangings in Tennessee on record.
No,
people do
Tennessee
not
was
really
no fucking
understand
joke.
their lost generation really was shipped from somewhere else to somewhere else after wars. So a lot of
But
people was silent and a lot of information ain't given to us. And since this computer been around, I think a lot of people woke up quicker than our elders that didn't know what the fuck was going on.
do you remember this phrase, Root? And I think all of us do on this panel. If you want to hide something from a nigga, put it in a book.
Yeah, they couldn't read. They had the census
They
sheet.
couldn't
It said
read.
they had like
They were
second
silent. They
grade
couldn't read. I'm
education.
trying to tell you that greatest generation and that silent generation,
Yeah, the
something went
greatest and
bad.
the silent generation was a generation that was still rebellion against what we would now call Western education. They ain't like they wasn't uneducated. Like your great granddaddy that you might have grew up with, that you might have heard couldn't write or read, right? He couldn't read or write, but could fix every damn thing. Dude running around, knew what's
Right.
going. He wasn't uneducated. He was uneducated on
Air
European
terms. Their
European
terms.
Right.
education. So he pretty
Right.
much the greatest in the silent generation dodged the hijack, but they wasn't able to elevate on other parts of.
So big. I'll put it to you like this. I'm gonna put it to you like this, and I've always said this. I know we had good men and women throughout all of these times.
Yes.
I don't know when the delusion of ignorance came into play. My only goal is to stop the generational ignorance. We need to know the truth without
Okay, here goes some type of truth
unequivocal.
right here that's going to the lost generation. When I
I'm
hear
sorry.
Indians, just when I hear the story of Indians, and they don't put black folks, Aboriginals, they don't throw this, but they tell the story that after the Indians helped them at war, as soon as the Indians come back, they would knock them Indians off. Like, look, y'all, but hold on, let's put this to a so-called Bible story. You know, they say the Egyptians they knocked off all the all the older children. But when we say older children, we thinking older children from being from 0 to 17. How about the older children being the generals, the motherfuckers that was like 50 and 60 and the top people in our society after they came back from wars and stuff, they knocked them off.
Why would
So I'm
they
just trying to
knock the
put two
people
stories
off?
together. And I ain't saying I'm right, though. I'm just trying to say there's a time where
I
that lost
feel you, Root.
generation, they really was lost. They didn't understand what was going on. Motherfuckers was getting knocked off in our shit. Without aggression.
But what I'm
Well,
saying is that they kept the strongest of the strong. They kept the cream of the crop during these times to rebreed. Okay? You don't
If you
kill
go
off
to
a
any
warrior.
country, my fault.
I'm sorry.
I keep cutting you off. My fault.
All I'm trying to get you to I'm sorry. You know what? All I'm saying is that you don't get rid of your best warrior. Now you got to think in their timeline. That's why. What did you say, Sister Bethy? How many wives did Blood have in the beginning?
Oh, he had a couple of them. But I didn't know that. I did not know that.
That's what I'm
He had that
saying.
many
That man
wives.
was he was that man. So what did he have? A concubine.
I did not know that Indians had multiple wives because I read an article that said that that's not something they preferred. But that's not to say that he didn't have it. So
That's
I'm
what I'm
gonna have to
saying.
say,
So I'm looking at it from just that perspective. Just that perspective of what you brought to the table in the very beginning of your show. And I'm looking at that. Well, if he had that, well, you think that other people wasn't practicing what they practicing?
That's probably part of our culture. And, in Christianity, they're like, nope, you only have one wife. That's it. And
Papa was a Rolling
yeah,
Stone,
that's where all them songs come
and
from.
where he
But
laid his
I,
hat.
I,
And,
oh, go ahead, instance. I could go after you.
oh, all I was saying is that we don't necessarily know that that was true
Right,
because one wife did die, so of course he's gonna find another one. So
right.
so that's all I want to say about that.
Yep.
And and the last thing, as far as and root where you see the silent generation, the greatest generation, and the lost generation, rather than fully educating them because they really couldn't. I mean, the census sheets really show their education level, and when they say in third grade, you're talking Sunday school. Literally, their school book was the Bible, and that note, what because they were being indoctrinated, as the beginning of indoctrination. They rather than to teach their children outside of the church, they were teaching their children how to stay alive. So they raised us based on how they knew how to teach their children how to stay alive because we was getting killed. And I keep saying everybody think it's the white guy that put you up on a tree and hung you. It was us Indians because they felt betrayed by a lot of Southerners that joined the Union. So you got to really think about that. The Confederate States were really angry with their brothers that joined the Union. And when they knew that some of these families joined the Union, they were, how we do with each other on the block and stuff. We have to take that into consideration. Now, I'm not saying a majority of our ancestors rode like that, but we really have to take a lot of things in consideration.
Is
You
my
know,
queen,
I
my
gotta
queen
agree
mother?
with you. Oh, my fault, I was wrong.
Is that an example of what you want to refer as alternative thinking for tonight's topic? I didn't want to divert
no,
the conversation.
no,
I
not
think it's
not
going in
that,
the
but
same
I'm gonna get back there. But I just wanted to show that it's always good to show the generational timeline and like what was Granny doing? Why did they raise us like that? They didn't teach us, and we really get angry when our grannies and our mom don't tell us stuff. A lot of it is shame. A lot of it is scandalous. A lot of it they held in. We come from generation where they said what goes in this house stays in this house. Even if grandpa had a baby by grandbaby, that kind of
You
shit
don't
stayed on
air
the
dirty
plantation.
laundry in
And
public.
so granny held a lot in, and so did grandpa, because grandpa didn't know that he raped his granddaughter while he was drunk and it's fucking him up. So it's so much that families just don't want to talk about. Well,
And you
and
don't
grandma
air
still with her,
dirty
and they wonder
laundry.
why grandma is still with grandpa because grandma knows, well, he was drunk and he didn't know what the fuck he was doing. Lord, he thought it was me. And that kind of shit. It's hard, y'all. And in those days, we were not citizens. We literally weren't. So we had no protections. We had none. So the best way Granny knew how to raise you was how to raise you, how to stay alive. But then you move into when Bumpy Johnson begins to get born. And that's when, the beginning of the transition in the silent generation. They become the boomers with all the movements, all the civil rights, fighting for them because the boomers went to school by that time. They went to school,
Hey, was there
literally.
any ghettos during that time?
But when
We
you
weren't
say
kicked off our
ghettos,
lands
well,
then.
wait a minute. Wait a minute
That's
though.
why I
The
love this
transition.
timeline sheet you got up here because it could open up a lot of it could end a
But
lot of
what? But
confusion by
wait a minute
writing
though.
shit when stuff starts. Because if
But
we
wait a
start that
minute.
there
When you
wasn't no
ask that
ghettos in the
question,
silent era, it seemed like after we understand that we was in charge and there wasn't a whole bunch of chaos back then. That's all I was saying that for. But I digress.
but again,
Oh
what was
yeah, there was
considered the
ghettos.
Great Migration? When was the Great Migration from the rural to the urban? When would you say was the actual wave of the Great Migration?
I have to say in the 70s. That was the great migration from the South. I have to say it was the 70s
So you're
because
not
that's
going to
when
say that but you're not going to say returning after World War II is a different level of it? Because
No,
remember,
they
there is a different level of Jim Crow prior to World War II and after the men
World
returned
War
home
Two.
the second time after World War II. Because there was an interesting thing after World War One. That's the lynch mobs and Tulsa and our communities literally being bombed and firebombed and lynched and burned and flooded.
that
But
was in the
By the
silent
time World
generation, right?
but,
In the
but
1920s, right?
in the 20s.
Yeah.
after World War II, there was a mass migration from let's just say Black Americans to the north. There
Yeah.
was a
They
mass
well,
Well, hold on,
they
migration.
but hold,
begin
but
moving in
hold
the
on,
inner
hold on,
cities.
No,
Let's
no,
stay
no,
on the
no. They
point about the
transported
20s.
these people.
I got you on that though, straight. But stay one moment just for the 20s, which was referred to in history, at
I'm gonna
least in
pull it
my
up.
high school history, well, the Roaring Twenties. Now they
Yep, the
called it
roaring
Roaring
20s.
Twenties for them,
Yeah.
but it was the horrific lynch mob, burned out, flooded communities,
Yeah.
starting with the Red Summer of 1919. Where
Yeah.
were those populations dispersed? I looked at as another example of Indian removal.
Yeah.
Okay,
That
so
pretty
where were
much.
those populations dispersed from their independent communities, which may have been mostly rural? I think
Hmm.
that was wave one to going to the urban reservations that they would eventually become. I mean, I
Right.
may be wrong, but I think that's wave one after World War One. Once that population got there, going into World War Two and the Great Depression, the next wave of great migration already had a generation dispersed from the roaring, bloodthirsty racial massacre of the 20s. You see what I'm saying
Right.
now?
Yes, I do. And all of this is a result after we got out of holding those positions in the Reconstruction era, because Reconstruction was in the late 1800s, a little like the 1860s. The late 1860s is when
So when
we
Root
were
is
sitting in
asking the question,
Congress.
but when Root is asking the question, where are the ghettos? Remember, the history of that word is attached to the Ish people. The pogroms were the ghettos of Europe that Jews were moved all throughout Europe.
Right.
But what became the ghettos or the urban reservations, if you will, for the American Indian?
In public housing in the inner cities. And we
Well,
were that's where they moved us at after the 1900s,
it just
after the
make me look
war.
at history different when you put this board up here and what Alibama just said about ghettos. I just make us understand that we ain't the
Remember,
ghetto.
Malcolm X lived in the ghetto,
We ain't the ghetto boys, the original ghetto boys.
and
Well,
Malcolm
remember
X
he was born, but remember he was born in
born in
Omaha,
Omaha,
Nebraska,
Nebraska.
Indian Territory. He
Facts.
winds up in Roxbury, which
Yep.
is an urban what? Reservation for the American Indian.
Correct.
Then he becomes a street hustler. You know what they called it back then? That's where the phrase hunky comes from. The white man drives up in the car, honks his horn. They were
The
called,
honky
he
tonk,
was a
right?
steerer. Well, I'm only talking about reading from the autobiography. The label was put on him was called a steerer. In other words, he steered the John to the, coochie, that
Ah.
exotic cross the
Yep,
track.
there it is.
Go ahead, straight. Go ahead, straight cook.
Because all I'm looking at is just like I said, and you know what? I have to retract my statement. That that mass flood that I was talking about with black folks from the south to the north, that happened during dun, 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 the magic Negro time. Alibama.
Give the
now,
year,
now y'all
Malcolm X.
remember? Not my fault. Go ahead, Small. I apologize.
65.
Ha! There you go.
65.
Go ahead, Root.
Now, just at the term ghetto and how they reversed it on us. I don't think the majority of black folks always been in these cities, but I think we always been in these northern and western cities. I don't think all of us just migrated from down south.
No, of course
Just
not.
yeah.
No,
So I
that's not what I'm talking about,
okay.
Root. What I'm saying is that through the age of let's call it white supremacy for real, clan stuff.
How about
Okay,
sharecropping?
black folks got the hell up out of Dodge from the
No,
South.
but
They
wait
got
a
the
minute.
hell up out of
Hold on.
Dodge.
If you're saying
Hold on, let me
65,
land my plane. There was a 200. There was a 200% in Detroit. There was a 400% in Illinois, and there was 150% in what do you call that? Green Bay, Wisconsin, Minnesota type area.
you're
Okay,
talking about percent increase of population.
of black folks moving. Like I'm done.
Yeah.
But
Y'all
in
both saying the same thing.
1965, remember though, the race riots from black people, Watts, etc., throughout the assassination of Malcolm and Martin, the assassination of JFK in 63, this all caused supposed race riots of black people burning up their own quote unquote urban ghettos in 60s. Now, which I
I
mean, I'm not
understand what you.
disputing what you're saying, bro, but which
I'm not.
I'm talking about, they had to be in the ghettos before they burned the ghettos. Is my point. You see what I mean?
What I'm saying is that thank you to your systematic infiltration of any person that you want to follow at that time. Guess what happened? That's when I keep saying that these three brothers, X, Martin, and the brother Fred Hampton, had the weight of three government agencies on them, hell bent on death.
But that was the aspect of entertainment.
But
There's a
hold
lot
on,
more going on
underscore
behind
What?
those
the.
agencies: FBI, CIA, and what's the third one?
NSA.
Oh, the Negro Security Agency.
There you go. Thank
But
you.
I'm just trying to say, I think a lot of transition came from people down south because they don't understand Dixieland. To me, that was like some godly shit. I ain't gonna say Rome or Greek. I'm just gonna say some godly shit before the Civil War. And after that, a lot of people, after the sharecropping, a lot of people left their industries and had to come up north and out west to the industries, though. That's just my opinion of it, though. But I digress. But then my fault, they came to families. They came to families. A lot of these people just didn't come to the
I don't
cities.
think we're talking cross purposes with what we're saying. I'm just saying, can we agree at least after what they would consider man-made, or as Cuddy likes to say, white on white, World War I, World War II, the mass migration of the American Indian was because of the onslaught of white domestic terrorism. In the case of Jim Crow, whether you call it the Black Codes, leading into the first 2 decades, the height of it in the Red Summer of 1919, and then throughout the 20s, we have all these incidents, hundreds of our communities assaulted, bombed, burned, and flooded. That's wave one of another version 100 years later of the Indian Removal Act. You feel what I'm saying? This is the 1920s. Then after World War II, lied to a second time after the greatest white on white crime. When we come back and the baby boomer kicks off, the black male was not given GI Bills, was not given home loans. You understand what I'm saying, Queen Mother?
And
The
was
suburbs
segregated
of
from
white
their
flight.
homes.
Yeah, the suburbs of white flight came immediately after the whole rage of the 1950s was white suburban America, and the actual Dwight David Eisenhower building the highway system. You know what the highway system buried then? Those black
Turn your
communities, those
camera on
black
real
Wall
quick,
Streets,
Hawkeye.
those black communities, those black Wall Streets that weren't burned out and flooded, straight smoke. They got
Yes.
paved over with the interstate highway system. Did you
Okay,
know that?
got you.
And
You can
people
turn
don't
it
Go
off.
to
understand
every
that's
major go to
You can
every
turn it
major
off
city,
if you
you will
want.
find wherever the major highway is through that city buried a black Wall Street. Now that's the
Not only a
1950s.
black Wall Street, it could have been a black small town. It could have been any small town because all your highway systems were based on where they already allocated who was living there. Those folks had to come up
But
off their
weren't they
land
but
to
weren't they
even make
originally
the highway.
but weren't they the original Indian trails, straight smoke?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and they all go off them rivers. Yeah, them trails and them rivers are old shit though. But when we say people from the South moved, it was really, I mean, them was times like right now we see it that they're bringing blackface in it and a whole bunch of these so-called domesticated wars that they're bringing up on us. I just don't think our elders was ready for that at them times in the 60s and 50s and the 40s. And just my opinion of it, I think that was more in bringing in the UCCs and making sure that we get excommunicated from the lending. And like y'all say, all got red lighted. And now today we're seeing that all the rest of the tribes of people, like the Europeans, the Easterners, they see that they wasn't minding that we was getting played, but now they seeing that all these bonds and all that shit that we was getting played on, they getting played too though. So it's just a whole bunch of confusion though. I understand when y'all say it was just these so-called white people just coming over here doing this shit to us. I think it was more of a plan, of a financial plan, and we see the ending of it coming right now. But I digress.
All I can see is really like they're trying to make us. I mean, we wasn't even written into nothing that they had established. We was not written into it.
We weren't.
Okay, so if that's the case, we're non-existent to what you're paying.
Okay, so why wasn't we the only people in the world written into something that been in this land longer than anybody? However we put it. Some people say we slaves, some people say we Indians. However you put it. Why would they write us out that shit? The only motherfuckers.
Because
Indian not taxed is in there in the Constitution.
That's before the Constitution. That's in the preamble.
You're not.
That's actually
no.
In
What
the
I'm trying to say is that
it's actual articles.
That we're not in there is because everything is off of us. They can't put the product in the goddamn it. They can't say, well, the source. They can't put the source in the light. We're the source.
Right. That's why we have the identities we have. You can tax us being a Negro. You can tax us being a black. You can tax us being a colored. You could tax us for being an Afro-American. You could tax us for being a mulatto. You can tax us for being an African-American. Okay, but you can't tax us if we're Indian.
Yeah, and that's what I was trying to say. That's in the preamble before they got they shit in they little 13 colonies. And they couldn't do shit to us before them.
How they got us. Peace to everybody. Peace. Salute everyone. I just want to add on to what y'all saying because y'all on point. Y'all do Sister Bethy going in, boy. I say I like this right here, Sister Bethy. You know what happened, y'all? Our people just ran to the cities, right? But what y'all was talking about after World War II is when all this shit happened. Because they got us with the kumbaya. We won country. We just finished beating up Hitler, right? You got to remember, it was factory jobs.
Right.
Y'all don't remember Denzel Washington's movie, The Devil in the Blue Dress? Our people was going to Cali, New York, Chicago because there was a factory jobs because the factories was creating all the weapons for the military. So we got caught up like, okay, industrial shit is about to come. The cities is moving up. So that's how they was able to get us with the education. So now when the 60s came, you had the hippies. Okay, those was white kids living this free spirit world, have sex, this and this. The hippies wasn't our people, man. Those are the white kids that came in and infiltrated a lot of these organizations. And
Say
a lot
it
of them were
again.
doing.
Yeah.
That came in and did what, Hawk?
Infiltrated our organizations.
Thank you.
Yep. They did.
My opinion of it,
They
these
did.
hippies is they put them motherfuckers down too. Like we see that.
Oh, yeah, well, you know.
Did, like when he bought
Yeah,
in
a lot of
these
them was
opioids,
on dope and heroin.
when he
and
bought
shit.
in these
Hold
opioids
on.
and shit. 30 seconds.
Hold on,
When
them
he bought in
hippies.
these opioids. When he bought in these opioids, what we see now, the second time they did that to us was in the 60s when they hit us with a whole bunch of drugs and they sat a lot of people down. So I can't I can't say the hippies was bad people. They got fucking put on drugs that ain't no coming back from. That LSD and acid shit, they ain't come back from that shit.
No, this is how you gotta look at the hippies. They're the same people that you see protesting with Black Lives Matter. It ain't no different, bro. It ain't that they bad or nothing. It's their fight is not our fight.
You killed me on that though.
Right.
See, you made a good point though. You made a great point there. You made a good point on that one though. I gotta respect that.
Ooh,
And you know what? If you look at the if you look at that Malcolm X, or I'm sorry, the Farrakhan lawsuit, they talk about how the ADL was working with the FBI to do surveillance for Elijah Muhammad. And you got to think, how did the ADL do surveillance to Elijah Muhammad? They probably were those hippie like or whatever was going on at that time type folks, and they were surveilling him. So that's the same as those kids, those Antifa kids. That's the same as all these other little kids that you guys are talking about.
Yeah,
And
y'all
we
made a
didn't
good
do
point with
that.
that.
I
Y'all
want to
killed
catch
my
up. What's the
y'all killed my
lawsuit with
philosophy with that.
Farrakhan?
Hey, hold
What's
on.
the
Y'all
lawsuit
killed
with
my philosophy
Farrakhan,
with that. I
brothers and
gotta say, good
sisters?
shit.
Go on.
Defamation.
He's suing for what, Farrakhan? Because I don't know that part. I missed out today because I heard Cuddy and everybody. What's going on with Farrakhan with the lawsuit? Can y'all?
He's
That's a lawsuit
suing.
against the Anti-Defamation League, Jonathan Greenblatt, Simon Wiesenthal Center, and what was the
Oh,
name of the director of the Simon Wiesenthal Center? Because you can pull that up on Justia, Queen Mother. It's now listed
Yeah, I
there.
could, but I wanted to hold
But
up for a minute because
but
I'm
here's
never
the
going
okay.
to get
thing,
finished
though,
what I wanted to
and
do.
you're right, Isness. The one thing you were not remembering, this was in 1945. Now, my
Yes.
question is, we need to go back to the beginning of how the ADL started with the Jew who charged a Negro for murder, trying to
Mm.
escape it, and the Jew got lynched, trying to blame it on a nigga.
That sounds like your dude that was heading. That's right.
So
NSA.
go look at the history of the ADL, and what they got organized over was about I am not your nigga. But they were going to get him for reckless eyeballing or something similar to lynching from Emmett Till, and he blamed a Negro, and the white community defended the Negro and lynched the Jew. That's an interesting twist, don't you think?
Sister Bethy, what did you want to get back to? You said
Okay, so we see the generations. I wanted everybody to see why Granny and Grandpa was the way they was and why so much wasn't passed down to us. But I think I left this up long enough. And we get we oftentimes when doing our genealogy, because y'all know that's my thing. I with this being said, they got rid of a lot of records. So they say, burned, whatever. So this brings me to this timeline, okay? When we're doing our genealogy. And I need you to just focus here. If Latoya is doing her genealogy, she's going back in history, right? She was born in 84. Her mom was born in 85. Grandma was
65.
born in, 65.
65.
Yes, I'm sorry. And
That's okay.
grandma was born in 48, which is the boomer. Okay. And then you got 1931. Okay. And then you got, uh, which would be
1908.
her great grandma. And then you got great great grandma, which is 1908. And then you got great 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 grandma, which is 1878. And
Now
then
that's
you
the
got
lost
her,
generation right there.
right. And then prior to the lost generation, you have let me see how many generations back is that? One, two,
Wow,
three,
is that
four,
her?
five,
Her
six.
Peggy was 40 years old when she gave birth to Rebecca.
Yep. Now, if you're back there, if you're going back there, right, there is a 1820, 1830, 1840 census, right? Let's say
You mean
that Peggy,
between
yeah,
Peggy and Rebecca? You're saying?
yeah. That's
well,
that
yeah.
census.
So there is a 1840 census, which would put Peggy at well, like what, 3 years old,
Mm-hmm.
right? So if they came to Peggy's house in let's say 1850, right?
So she's barely a preteen.
All right, let's take it later. L- Um,
So
let's
1860,
say
she'd be an
let's
adult.
say it's an 1880 census. What age is
So
she? Is Peggy?
Rebecca is two. Rebecca is
Yeah,
two.
but how old is Peggy?
43.
Okay, so You're looking at the 1880 census, and you think, I'm stuck. I can't find nothing. Well, first of all, understand that you got proof of Peggy being here in 1837. So that's one thing on the census. So you went back as far as 1837. You think you're at 1880. Just because you have the 1880 census, you always have to remember that Peggy wasn't born in 1880. She was born in 1837. So you went back to 1837. You literally did in your family genealogy line because Peggy was notes that she was born here on this landmass. Now, that's only 7 years after Indian Removal Act. Now, it don't stop there. On that 1880 census, Peggy tells you where her mama was born and her daddy was born. When you look over in the column, it says daddy, state daddy was born in and state mother was born in. So you can honestly take it back 20 years. That takes you back to 18 what? 17, 18 what? If you're going back, if you go back a generation, so you're
1817
trying to
1816.
right, you're figuring out how old Peggy and them's parents were. So if she's telling you, well, my dad was born in Georgia and my mama was born in South Carolina, all right, you are allowed to take it back a generation because on that federal document it puts her parents on this landmass 20 years ago because they had her, and and guess what? It don't stop there either. Because at this point we're saying, where's the fucking slave ships? There are none. You can pull a census and Peggy's mama and daddy's still alive. If Peggy, you got an 1840 census. How old is Peggy? How old is Peggy in 1840?
3.
Okay. So Peggy is 3 years old on the census. That tells a whole, that's a whole nother generation. Because Peggy's mama gonna tell you where she was born on that 1840 census. That's taking you beyond beyond reconstruction. It's a wrap. It was a wrap in 1830. So please, when you're doing your genealogy, jump for joy when you get to 1800 because don't forget the person on the 1800 census is not just born. They're a head of household. So do you guys understand me when I show this and say this? Do you understand this?
Absolutely.
Okay. That's all
Yeah, I
I
gotta
want.
respect it.
I want to give people hope in their genealogy. Do not think
Because
Peggy was born in 1837 and there is an 1840 census. She was 3 years old and her mom and daddy was there. It's documented by the census taker.
so is it safe to say, Sister Bethy, that we should be looking at it from a light that there were probably like 15, 16, 17 years old having kids?
Right, because a generation is usually, if you can look this up, it's usually between the age of between 15 and 20 years old. You could look that up. A generation, correct?
Correct.
And you have a right to do that.
I just wanted to clear that up for anybody else. We have to understand the timeline of when these people deemed a certain male or female to be worthy of being a parent.
Correct. They didn't
What
come
does
in the
that mean?
1800s, but they're head of households at a time you were supposed to be a slave. Shay, son, you can't mess with this, bro. You're finished. Don't let me block you, boy. You can't. If Peggy was born in 1837 and her mama and daddy are head of the household, isn't that when they're supposed to be slaves and getting their backs whipped?
Yep. And how old
Oh,
were they? And
correct.
how old was Peggy's parents? If she was born in 37, if you minus 20 from that, that's 18, 17. So that's just
Correct.
being 20 years old.
And that's what I
So
always, that's my magic number. I say, let's make them adults. Let's make them 18 years old each. God damn it. And they're literally head of households. And the columns tell you whether they're on a farm. They tell you they're on a farm.
And even if they were in the city, they would still have multiple children in this time frame. You're talking between the 1800s. They
Oh
could be
yeah.
averaged a dozen children or more because that's the labor for the farm.
Correct.
And if she had that daughter at 40, I'm quite sure she had siblings young, older than her, probably a dozen.
Oh God, yeah. Oh God, yeah.
but we want to keep it into retrospect because of how at this time what age they deemed males and females to be grown. I hate to keep bringing that up, but we really have to acknowledge that they were. What did you say, Sister Bethy, earlier? How old was Pocahontas?
Right when she became an age, 12 years, damn years old.
12 damn years old. That's a baby
They was having babies 12,
with
13, and
baby.
14 on the farms.
Don't
With
forget, the Queen of Soul had to be pregnant at 13.
Oh, I smoke. The link is at the top. Those are names that I just picked when doing genealogy and you're going back in history. And I made sure that I put the millennials as because we deal with so many millennials in YouTube. So I started with a millennial baby and worked my way back. Millennial, Generation X, Boomer, and back. That same timeline. But a lot of our people, when they're doing their genealogy on YouTube, they get really frustrated and they never think for once, well, damn, I got the 1880 census, but damn, I don't know. I'm stuck. You're really not. You just have to do the math, and census sheets tell a whole story. Because you always have to remember that Peggy's mama is gonna say when her mama was born, where they was born at. So it goes beyond Peggy's mama. UTLS, can you turn your camera on for 1 second? And this is what I wanted
And if
to.
that's him, Queen Mother, thank you for that video of that brother getting back in the Georgia clay.
Yeah, that was really good. Oh, that is him. Is you? Yes, it is. How are you? I did show your video. Your mic is muted, UTLS. You got to unmute it. There you
Peace.
go. How are you? Yes, we seen your video. I did show it earlier, not too long ago, of you getting your land in Georgia.
Okay, okay. I missed it. I had to replay it.
Yeah, I
The
did show it.
notifications don't go off. You might be shadow banned.
Oh, definitely I'm shadow banned. That's without a shadow of a doubt.
I meant to
Definitely.
email you back to ask you what time you was coming on, but I
I
forgot.
wasn't even sure because when you emailed me, I didn't even get the email until after I got out, clocked out of work. And I said, when I go live today, I was going to show it. And I'm going to keep showing it. And I continue to show those timelines and that census thing because it gives a lot of people in YouTube doing their genealogy hope. Like, oh, okay, geez. So I'm really thinking I'm in 1880, but I'm really in 1837. And even beyond that, I just want everyone to know that. And that's some
Salute.
real shit.
Salute. UTLS. Salute. Good
Peace,
job.
peace,
Good
peace.
job. Salute.
Yes, very good job.
I appreciate it, man. I just wanted to say, yeah, it come from y'all. The motivation. I mean, it come from me, but watching y'all every day going at it, I'm the type person, man. I hit the books, man. I hit the internet as soon as I get off. I write down everything I hear, and like, I know everybody beefing, but the Curry Mayo, like Dane College up, man, all that stuff, man. I don't know how much y'all just don't know how much that helped me. Cause even like when I found the land patent, you know, with the slave narrative, everything we was taught, the first thing I thought, like, man, I got a white granddaddy. He was a slave owner, blah, blah, blah. Then I looked it up, man. Curry Mayo came out with them black revolutionary soldiers, and I saw my grandfather's name on the list. I went to the archives in Georgia, then it was like, bam, whole world flipped upside down. So
Yeah. Congratulations.
yeah, I appreciate it. But like I told, like I was on Top Cast panel the other day. It's some loopholes in the game. They hiding records.
Yeah.
They like had one of my ancestors on there. Uh, they try to put mulatto, but I think that's because she was like the Indian mix. And I like
Right.
do the genealogy. I look, dad black, mom black.
Yeah.
Hold on, why they put her as that right here? Then you go back and find another record where they have her on there as black. So it
Yeah.
was like
Census
crazy.
takers were doing like so much. It was all on their observation, and that's the worst permission you can give a census taker. Really, literally.
Yeah,
But
it's even worse because, like I said, the governor that granted the land to my grandfather, he was a black uh, governor, lieutenant in the army, and like when you Google his name, you will see this picture of the white dude. But when I went into that courthouse, they had his picture up there with his army brigade behind him, and they had on suits. And then that like took me further into like studying the Chickamauga Wars because I like putting the dates together to see where my peoples was at. And like I come up here in Ohio where I'm at, it says like these Union soldiers that went up there basically, you know what I mean? Like nothing against nobody, but it was like the white soldiers went down there and they lost 49% of their
Fact.
army. Yeah, they lost 90% of the troops going down there and getting whooped on by my grandfather and them during the
Facts,
Chickamauga
brother.
Wars. So they
Yep.
came up like this plaque says they lost 49% of the soldiers during the war, and they came up here and started the what's that with the courts? Not the Chamber of Commerce, but the common pleas, the clerk, the common pleas, and all that courts and stuff they started.
hmm
But yeah, it's at the courthouse, man. I don't want to miss word. I hate miss word and stuff. But after they
that's
got whooped,
okay.
basically they came up
It's
here and
about
started their
clergies,
court
clergy.
system.
It's about
Nah,
clergies.
nah, it's like if you get a no bill in court, they send it to the
Land assessment.
no, it's like basically it's the people that run everything because they over all the courts. Uh, it's a special term for it, man. I'm just at a loss of words right now because I really that's why I
Not the
really did my
DA and all that. They
video
for
and
district attorney and all of that.
Or the assessor.
nah, it's like lower than district attorney. Like in your county, You have a chamber, not the chamber. Oh my God, I'm messing.
Land
Root words.
surveyors.
Where root words at, man?
It's right
Unmute
there.
root word. You know what I'm
Hello?
talking about.
Yeah.
No, I thought it was
You know.
auditor. I
Playing
don't
with
know.
Skittles.
Oh, he skills today.
Nah,
Nah, it's like like you go to court, man. It's the people that to see if the case is gonna get accepted, bounded over or not.
District attorney,
No, that's like at a higher level. I'm talking about like
The
at the
court
clerk?
local.
martial.
The clerk's office? No.
No, that office is a part of the group I'm talking about.
You
I
don't
took a
went all
picture of
around.
it.
Is this county, municipal, or state level that you're talking about, brother?
It is common pleas. So
Are you talking about meets and bounds? Are you talking about meets and bounds?
wait a minute. Is this a
Root,
Commonwealth state? Is this a Commonwealth state?
nah, it's Ohio. I'm
root
in
words is
Ohio.
saying grand jury.
It's part of the grand jury, but it's
Mm,
bigger than like a grand jury.
right. He's talking about the county assessor. Has to be.
I'm
Nah,
thinking he's talking about the
that's who.
assessor, huh?
Nah,
Yeah,
the
because
assessor
at
is
that
the assessor is who I go to get the chain of command, like the chain of title to
chain
Court
the
of
land.
martials.
yeah, that's chain of custody. I'm focused on chain of custody.
But that's what I'm trying to understand. What are you referencing though?
Are you
You
talking
got your
about your
land patent, right?
petition?
You still talking about your land patent, right? Did he mute?
Oh well, when you get it tomorrow, you'll get it back. We won't dwell on it. But anyway, you guys, I wanted to. Wow, I can't believe we've been on here 3 damn hours. Um, the alternative views. I want to ask that question because I've been trying to get back to it, and then we got to get the hell up out of
You've
here.
been doing alternative views, Queen Mother.
But I mean, like nobody really dived into like we gonna try to give the pan boo boos and the Africans a benefit of the doubt. But I wanted to know because nobody really responded on it. I wanted to know if did our Indian chiefs get together with the United States and forcefully ship thousands and thousands of us to that desolate ass place that has nothing.
Are you saying
And
before
I'm
or
only
after
saying this,
the American Colonization Society?
no, before, way before. And I'm saying way before, only because the Indians were warring real bad against each other. This is the time when we were warring against each other and kept warring against each other because um we kept letting these foreigners come over here. And we were treacherous. We was wild and we was not playing. And I'm only saying this because they're following their Bible. And it says that you would be shipped to a strange land. You would be taken to a strange land, literally. I'm not saying the exact word, but in their Bible, it says now Africa, that continent, would be a strange land for our ancestors. And not only that, when they take these dumbass DNA tests, and y'all remember when Mama Chief came up and showed her DNA test, and then she hit the map, and it wouldn't put nobody in Africa. Everybody was in fucking America with the blood lineage, that kind of shit. So that's why I'm asking if y'all think that's possible because nothing was over there until the American colonization society went over there and started, building up that place.
So,
And I'm
Sister
thinking
Bethy,
South. I mean, what do y'all thought? I don't know. I'm just
Sister
asking.
Bethy,
Huh?
Sister Bethy. So, what we can positively say out of what you're speaking about is this: there was a trade reciprocation. Would you say Alibamu? Who was the first commodity? Who was the first commodity. It wasn't the pig or cow. I guarantee you that.
But
So
now, but she's asking,
to
but
do
what
the
she's asking,
repurification, let me get rid of my jails if you're getting rid of yours. Let's
so you
let's
saying that
cook.
these crack,
Let's
so you
cook.
saying they reverse engineered?
I mean, if
You
you
say you
actually
saying
think
the
about what
Cabbage
I'm
Patch
saying, think
Kids?
about just we openly discussing this, correct?
Right. We
Right.
just dialogue. I'm just like saying, all right, let's get these foods a benefit of the doubt. We didn't come from there, but did they
So,
literally follow their Bible and say,
if
and
that's the case, that means that the colonizers came here with a plan. They seen the plan, reciprocated with it. Would you say, Sister Bethy? We helped them with food and all. Let's just say we helped them. So you mean to tell me they didn't want to get rid of the wildness within their own? And these colonizers showed them a way to get rid or repurify their tribes, depending on who they wanted to get rid of. Correct? Am I looking at this wrong?
no, because I'm just dialoguing. We just dialoguing, and it's something to really think about.
It sounds like an exchange to me of jails.
I have
Well,
another theory
okay. This
too.
hold on, hold on. This is more of a. We got to do two different timelines here. Remember when we have these discussions about the Algonquin and tens of thousands, possibly tens of thousands of years ago, being dispersed across the world, whether they were driven out or they chose to leave, and then populate what we know to be Europe, Africa, and Asia today.
Y'all got to
That's
turn your
one.
cameras on in the back.
That's
Go ahead.
one level of it. Now, the current time you're talking, is that going to be since the age of exploration, like we were
Okay,
taught
gotcha.
in high school? The Vikings come in the year 1000. So we're talking about the last 1000 years, or is that what we're talking about?
I'm not saying that, but what I will say again, it sounds like to me this was the interchangement of jails. People that they did not like. Guess
You're
what?
saying
They got
prison
the hell.
exchange.
Hold on, let me finish. They got the hell up out of here. I don't know what you're gonna do, but you're gonna leave here. And you're gonna take this head of cabbage with you too. I digress.
We
So
Hey,
is
can't
that
forget. I thought they.
before
It's like
that? Is
Yeah.
that before 1492? Is what I'm asking.
Yeah.
no, it would have been after.
So
hey,
now we're
yo,
talking prison. We're talking about prison exchange. Is that what you're saying? Prisoner exchange.
Yeah, because they always show us the ship coming here, but how about the fucking ship going there from
Say it
here
How
again,
about they
Sister
might?
Betty.
and
But then
change?
they give them money to go over there. So don't they
because
get the ones that
That's a
went over
different
there?
time. You're
because the
talking
Okay.
about. I'm
Indians
not
was
talking about
dying
the
over here.
American. I'm not talking about the
Ain't no
um
currency. We talking about
American
commodity.
colonization time. I'm talking about before the
Commodity.
Okay.
American colonization
Okay.
society.
Sister
Commodity.
Betty, am I able to show you some pictures of the rainforest that's in Africa, like stretching from Nigeria down to Congo and all those areas? Because we got to remember, we
Yeah.
talking about a continent, right? Like we got deserts over
Well,
here.
oh, okay, no, because you're throwing it off, King Cats. That has nothing to do with what we're trying to dialogue about, bro. We're
But
talking about a serious sweep that was discussed with our Indian chiefs and these colonizers that they kept giving shit to. And I say that only because of the behavior of Chief Powhatan with the English people. I'm like, how you just gonna give them power over? You couldn't pick nobody else in
I
your
agree with
tribal
y'all
area,
because
the
you
it's
English
know?
called
had
prisoners of
guns.
war. That's who they sent over there.
The English
So
Huh?
had
hold on,
guns.
hold on. So again, we got one time window because I want to make sure that we're on the same page of what we're saying. 1492, allegedly from the narrative. 1492 to 1607 and the English. Remember we talked about this, grandmother? That's 150 years before we have British involvement here. So those
I'm talking
people that were,
1619 at the time. They got
yeah, I got you.
incoming whites and outgoing Indians.
But for
It's
150 years, the Spaniards and the Portuguese were taking us from here back to Europe before the British even got here in the 1600s.
So y'all
Do you
admit
see
the
what I'm
slave
saying?
trade happened?
No, we're not. We're just
No,
dialoguing.
Well, no, if they shipping, but
No,
if they
because they
shipping
was
people,
called Moors, man.
no.
are they forcefully shipping you guys? That's the thing. Or are y'all like, hey, let's go take a boat ride over here and
It's
see what's
not
going on?
about forcefully shipping. It's the trading that was happening.
Were they trading human cargo?
Hey, say it one more time. We ain't sending corn. We sending niggas.
So we got to admit that the slave trade, if you admit that that part
No,
of the
but we're
slave
not
trade
talking
happened,
about them coming from Africa to here. We're talking about
About
taking our
us leaving.
ancestors off of
yeah,
our lands and
but
taking them to Africa as
we have
slaves.
to
But
give
Not,
the, both of the
not
but
coming
right
here.
possibilities.
now, the evidence on the record in Madrid and in Portugal is that Aboriginals from the Indies were taken back to those noble places, those monarchy. That's in their records. So if those people were taken from here to there, what I'm trying to understand what you're asking, Bethy, were there our refuge, the scourge that was sent back? Is that what you're asking when you were earlier saying this? Or were they actually on their own choice interacting through trade, as I'm hearing Straight Smoke say?
No,
Thank you.
I don't mean it in that manner. I mean literally like doing a sweep. Cause first I for the life of me just I'm still trying to put the piece together as to if
But that would be
I
prisoner of
mean
war exchanges. But that's the same
like
narrative
I'm
as
not
what we suppose.
I'm oh, I'm sorry.
The same
I'm
narrative that we're told with Kunta Kinte and warring tribes in Africa, shipping them over here would be the narrative you're saying
no.
in reverse. Wars amongst the American Indian tribal nation, those prisoners of war were transported back to Europe, is what I'm asking.
They shipped the rebel rousers to North Africa, Bermuda, Jamaica, the Azores, Spain, Tangier. Well, Tangier in North Africa, Fisher says. So the only place they talking about they shipped them back to in Africa was Tangiers in North Africa. But that's
It
it.
wouldn't have been a bad thing in this instance. This is literally because I said, remember, I mentioned their Bible and said their Bible said you will be taken to a strange land. So our ancestors leaving here, being that they're the praying Indians, but real wild bad ones, they're being taken to the strange land, and Africa would be a strange land in this instance
But they're
because
only showing one.
this land is not being strange
They're only
to.
showing Tangiers though. They're not showing like Nigeria or Cameroon or anything like that.
I don't
Because
even
you
think
can't go there.
those places
You can't go
existed,
there.
yo.
You can't go there. Them people will kill you.
Yeah,
Them people will kill you.
Hey,
That's what I'm
sis,
facts.
trying to get you to understand.
sis,
Everybody keep thinking they all this pan African stuff like you can go back there. Them people will fucking kill you.
Well, that's
They'll
not true.
ruin
Dynasty
your
Lear
There's
just
not a
identity.
made a
point of
post.
going back there.
All right.
He just made
All
a
right.
post of him eating in Africa. Like, look, these some of the nicest people I ever met in my life. Why FBA
Oh, I'm
Adams?
sorry. I'm not talking about in this little millennial time when you was born. I'm talking way before then. You wasn't even a cum squat yet.
Way
So
back.
you no boo. You got it all wrong. I think you need to stay
Well, if that,
silent for a little
well,
bit.
then if that was true, the Spaniards and the English should have been killed on the spot. They were too fucking friendly. Problem with the Africans, they were too friendly to other people, except their own people. They was too friendly
We
to
were
goddamn
friendly
beer.
with them. Our chiefs was friendly with them. They was making them chiefs and they wasn't even Indians and giving them power and shit. Look at what happened. Look at what Pocahontas. Why the fuck did Chief Powhatan give them that power? And they ended up kidnapping her fucking daughter and then poisoning her.
Yeah. Well, got to remember the English. Listen, a lot of criminals over here. I remember Australia, England. They were sending their badass sons and the goddamn criminals over here, especially the Australia.
Okay.
New World.
I'm just saying. I'm not saying that this happened, but because of the mindset of some of our chiefs that couldn't control the wild Indians, which I can't I can understand why they're acting like they acting because all these foreigners coming over there and posing on their lands and their territories. So I be a wild mad Indian too. But all I'm saying is, I'm not saying that this happened because they keep telling the story. Oh, they brought Africans over here, and it ain't shit in Africa. Nothing. Why?
That's why I was going to show you the pictures of all those grassy places and those forests and all that in Africa. If
But
you're
that's
saying,
it. I'm talking about there's like no like real structural civilizations. That's
it
what I'm
is,
talking
you
about.
got Egypt, you
No,
got Kemet,
no,
you got
no, no,
Mali.
no, no. No. I'm
Mana
not talking
Matapa.
about it. No.
We only got to
I,
focus on Egypt.
no,
Mana
no, no.
Matapa.
I'm talking about your area, your continent, your area. Forget Egypt
Okay,
and
so
that part.
we can deal
I'm
with the
talking about
Benin,
in the areas that they're in now.
the Benin
Back then,
Empire, the Benin Empire,
they didn't have no
um,
structures, bro.
the
They do not
Congo
have no
Empire.
structures. Y'all just got high-rise buildings.
But your
Don't even
version,
got rivers
South
in that
Africa.
motherfucker, man.
your version of
Yeah.
history,
Rivers.
dude,
They
got
ain't
the
got no
Niger River.
water.
Everybody lived on the Niger River, bro. Like they lived off the Niger River.
Okay.
And
Do
all
me
the
a
animals.
do
All
me
the
a whole
animals
solid.
too. They live with
Just
all
hold
the
on.
animals.
I can kill this real quick.
Yeah,
I can kill
you
this real
right.
quick. Show me someone that can come from Africa and create off of red clay and dirt.
Huh? What? There's plenty of people growing stuff. Hold on. All right. I'm about to. I got a
Nah, you
video for
can't.
you.
He dead right about
I
that.
got a
I'm
video.
done with you. I'm done
Please
with you.
show me anyone that can
I'm
come
about to
from
show you.
Africa. Hold on. Hear me out. That can come here and use red clay and dirt and have vegetation. I'll
Right.
wait.
I'll
I'm
wait
about to
with
show
you,
you
bro.
right now. Hold on.
Cause can I say something real quick, sis?
Oh, go ahead. About this topic,
Right,
as long as we're staying on this
right,
topic.
right. Just like what was Smoke was saying. I mean, if you go back, most of what they taught us in school was none of it right. But you know, like Ab say, you gotta chew the meat and spit out the bones. But they used to tell us that the Africans that came over here, their bodies had to adjust to this climate. And
Thank you,
that they
sir.
couldn't even reproduce at first.
Thank you,
And
sir.
just like he said, if you used to Kemet black soil, what are you gonna do in Georgia? You see that soil in my video? That stuff is like sand. It's not even like this dirt in Ohio. I took a
That's
big
why I'm
garbage bag
that's
of
why
it
I'm
home.
pissed that Ad Power left because I was trying to get to this question, but nobody would let me get to the fucking question. And I really, really wanted to ask Ab the question, and he's fucking gone now. But anyway, I smoke.
Uganda has the richest soil in Africa. So we do have growing where you can grow stuff in
You
Africa.
do not have structures. You don't not have intelligence in Africa.
No, you're thinking about European.
Africa
You're
is
basing on the
no.
European.
I'm talking about the monkeys that y'all believe y'all revolve from out there.
No, everybody don't believe that. I mean, Africa has millions of mythos, thousands of mythos within their respective tribes, just like Native Americans had.
Well,
but if we want to deal with
what I'm
science,
saying is, y'all, the skill that we have over here as Aboriginals, it's not duplicated in
y'all didn't have blacksmithing over here.
Hey, my brother,
Y'all didn't have iron smelting.
What seasons are in Africa?
What iron smelting did you have in the Americas?
Everything. We have more iron in America
No.
in every state than anywhere.
Okay,
Only
so
time
we're gonna
you
look
have
up
is
iron
to the-
smelting. Let's look up.
You asking me a question, and I'm about to answer it. We the ones who have all that stuff, and through written history, we the one with the wheel. We the one who made the car. I'm just gonna go there.
Okay.
We gave y'all the rubber.
What great came from y'all's?
Let me answer your question. Let me answer your question, right? So was metallurgy and what? Okay, hold on. Where is that? History of iron and the steel industry in the United States, right? Listen. Hold on.
Metallurgy.
Did the Native Americans smell iron? Iron was never smelted by Native Americans. Thus, the New World never entered a proper iron age before European discovery.
Sir,
and the
we have
term is not
cities over
used
here.
in the
We have
Americas.
cities over here.
But you didn't have iron smelting.
We
Are you serious?
Everybody said you didn't have iron smelting when they came over here.
One question. How do you make circle wheels for wagons that y'all was not
How do you make an arrowhead?
They were making wheels pre-iron smelting, bro. Like y'all didn't have it. And that's
We
why
had
y'all
wheels.
make,
We was the first
How do
people
you
with
make an
wheels over
arrowhead?
here.
okay, y'all was making it with flint. You weren't making it with iron. The Africans was the first to have iron
What
smelting.
great?
Say that again.
The Africans
Oh
were the
my
first to have
goodness.
iron smelting.
What
Okay.
was they smelting?
We
Tell
had
me
it.
something. What was they smelting?
I mean, y'all was dealing with copper and
No,
gold
Hold on,
here.
he
you
but
think
y'all
asking
didn't
what
have
you.
they
iron.
was making?
Answer his
Nothing
question.
in Africa is iron, bro.
Okay,
What the
Sister
fuck in
Beth.
Africa is made of iron since they was doing so much iron smelting?
So Root, I got to hit him with this.
I'm
I got to
asking
hit
him a
him with it.
simple question. Wait
Root.
1 second. I'm asking him a simple question.
Yeah.
What was y'all smelting over there?
We were smelting iron, sir.
I'm done.
We were the first to smelt iron.
Brewer, gotcha. King Cass, you know what? I want to take you to motor vehicle tomorrow so you could get American Indian put on your driver's license.
What the hell?
So check this.
Root, I gotta say this. So for those, would you say, Sister Bethy, Pan-African boo-boos?
Oh,
how do you think that
Big
you got
Dog
everything?
Can you
How do
show me your
think you
iron
got
smelting
everything?
in the
They
Americas?
took us.
That's
they
all I
took
want
us-
to see.
Big Dog gave you a
Hold
good
on, let me
question.
finish, Cass. They took us over there to help you create what you call home.
I mean, iron was the drop on technology, and y'all didn't have it, bro. Y'all
I'm
didn't
say
have
this
it.
again.
So how
They
were y'all
took us
suffering back
over there.
We got
They took us
bridges.
over there. They took us over there to help you build what you couldn't create.
How could you help us build, but you didn't have iron? Iron was the drop in change in technology. Technology
So you saying
shot
that our
off
bridges?
because of
You
iron.
saying our bridges were built out of wood?
No,
Okay.
Europeans and everybody else built bridges over here. What y'all talking about?
I'm done.
man,
I'm done.
Who did what?
What about
Okay.
Benjamin Banneker?
Boy.
What about Benjamin Banneker?
Benjamin
better go
Banneker
look
parents.
Montezuma?
So,
What about
so do you want to
Montezuma and
hold on? Stay at Benjamin Banneker. So Benjamin Banneker was Aboriginal.
Yeah, where did he build
Okay,
everything that's
all right,
Aboriginal
okay,
to
I got
America?
I got you on that. Hold on.
You better you better go watch the movie Color
What
Purple
about
when they was working on
Montezuma when
railroad.
he's behind the
Lord.
Roman buildings, bro, in America?
Hey, guys, it's crazy.
Benjamin Banneker was born near Baltimore, Maryland in
Fourth
1731, right?
I'm showing you two.
He was the only child of a free mulatto mother and an African father who was purchased his
They
home.
didn't even use
freedom
that.
during
Oh
slavery.
my goodness, I'm done with you.
This is
I'm
on his
done.
website.
I'm done. Who you think put it there?
So we gotta accept. We gotta understand, Sister Bethy. Sister Bethy, we gotta understand that they had to get our technology from us to help them create. We gave them everything. We were the
We gave them rubber.
linchpin of everything.
That's why they
your
make tires. We
culture,
gave
your
them rubber.
movies, your building, your ideology. We made it all happen. If you don't understand that, I have nothing else for you.
But you're talking about your scientist. He brought up Benjamin Banneker.
They became famous with the use of rubber. All our wigs, synthetic wig, boy.
But check this out. He brought up Benjamin Banneker, and Benjamin Banneker came from two slaves that came from Guinea, West Africa. I'm looking at it right here.
That is false. What is the date? What is the date of that article was written?
November 9th, 1730-91, when he was born.
No. Who put it up there?
I mean, he got his own website. Go to the website. You can go
Put
to
the link in the back. Put the link in the back.
Right?
Put the link in the back.
Hold on. Let me go to another one. I'm about to.
No, put the link in the back because you're not even gonna play with me today. You be ready for
this nigga over the hard fight. This nigga over the hard fight for that the West African slave trade. Hey man, get that fight up, my nigga.
I mean, y'all saying he was Indian, and I just proved he was West African.
No, you didn't prove anything. You read something on a piece of paper, my nigga.
Root word said, "Where's the Washington D.C. in Africa?"
Okay, we about to do this. Hold on. Let's get y'all with this, man, because I like receipts. And when y'all make claims, y'all got to show receipts. Y'all didn't show receipts on iron smelting. I didn't show receipts on Benjamin Banneker.
Man, is the link in the back?
Hold on. I'm putting it in.
Because if it's a site that can be edited, you're back there changing it. But go ahead.
Hold on, I'm going so you can go to study.com. This is one site right here. Let me see, how do you
Is smoke signal still on?
There's smoke up in here.
Hey, smoke signal. I hope Sister Bethy allowed me to show you what I was talking about the other day, and I can proof positive give you this whole fact. I got it pulled up already to actually show you what I'm talking about as far as the water supply.
Nah, I didn't really disagree with you on the water supply. I was just wondering, yeah, if they use poison in the water, way more than what
All right, King
was
Cass.
allowed.
You're editing documents. All you had to do was copy the ad link.
No, I'm going to share a screen. Can you share the screen?
You're not. Nope, you're gonna give it to me because you're not playing. Let me see.
Let's see. I can share it in the back too.
And I want to see what
This
you
nigga
can
finna
change.
pull up a meme.
Look at it, won't even come up. Where's the link at?
I'm about to drop it in the back now. I'm going back to the StreamYard.
You can put it in the private chat, and I'm gonna open.
But I kid you not, straight smoke signal. I really want people to actually.
It's still not even showing. What you doing?
I'm trying to
You an agent. You is
huh?
an agent. You working with your agents. Come on.
Ain't nobody working with no agents. Hold on. Let me copy this. Boom. Copy. All right.
Why? What is this? Lesson transcript. What you doing here?
Did you pull it up? Did it come up?
Is it in the? What do you have it at? In the back chat?
I'm trying to put it in the back chat. I'm having a problem. There we go.
You in college?
Okay. I don't see nothing yet.
Well, you got the screen right there. The screen showing for
No, it's very blurred. You can't even read it. Look, who can read this? Now who can read that? Stop.
I tried to
transcript.
I'm done with you. Oh,
I shared it. I tried to share it on
it's all good.
I can't. I'm trying to copy and paste it in the back, but it's giving me an issue with that.
I'm done. Put it in the regular chat.
Okay, let me go to copy again. Oh, boom.
That's African hieroglyphics.
So smoke signal. All I want you and everybody else to do is understand that you can build these things. We need to get back to what we do.
All right, that's it. You can't find it. Forget it. I'm done.
I mean, I posted. I tried to post.
Ruward went back in the chat. He must have got pissed off.
I can't see.
Ruward ran when I was about to show them receipts. He took off running.
Ruward do not run. He do not run.
Because I have to just show it from my phone on the screen.
He'll get off. He'll get off until he cool off, but then he'll come back on. I know Ruward. He pissed, so he gonna go off and cool off, and then he'll come back.
Now, with y'all building these, y'all say is y'all building the stuff in the Incan Empire and all that stuff. That's all fine and dandy. But one thing the Native Americans did not have, they did not have iron.
We're not Native Americans, sir. So probably Native Americans. We are Americans. We are the Aborigines of the soil.
Yeah, so y'all, it's stuff built in Mexico, but y'all didn't have iron smelting, and that's the thing that the natives out. The sword of the Spaniard.
Why are you hard pressed on this iron smelting? And I don't think that you really get how that works.
Because the iron smelting.
Have you ever worked at a aluminum smelting facility or iron smelting facility? Have you ever worked those jobs?
I work with metal though. I work with metal, but I haven't.
Okay, so I've done both. So do you know how that works? But
how do you tie it in with Native? Did your ancestors know how it worked? That's the thing.
Oh, okay. So I just
Like,
picked this up on my
go
own,
ahead.
huh?
No, I mean you learned it working at a facility, but you learned it through the ingenuity of those Europeans that taught it to y'all, right? So
No, sir. You missing what I'm trying to tell you. This is done at my house. You're not understanding how that works. I build my own forks, spoons, knives, and stuff. You're not giving me my credit for what my knowledge is, and
I
that's
mean, I give you
insane.
your credit. You know, like I ain't gonna knock it. Like that's a beautiful skill to have. Like I'm a metalsmith. I work with softer metals. I mean, I could work with iron and stuff like that, but it take a whole lot out of my torch. I work on softer metals, which the Native Americans and Aboriginals did. They worked with copper. They worked with gold. You know, they worked with silver or whatever. But that's where it stopped. Really, copper and gold, and that's where the buck stopped at. You feel what I'm saying?
So,
Because
Native
once
Americans.
that sword came, that
Sister,
sword from those Europeans came, and that gun, it wasn't no stopping it because y'all didn't have a drop on technology. That
so
technology.
I see where you're going
King
with this.
Cass, can I ask you a question? How
Yes.
did 20 million people get kidnapped from, some tribal people over there in Africa and get transported over here?
Just
And
like
how
they
did they
said
survive?
by
Wait. I have a little bit question. Okay, so how did they survive with women's periods, with feces?
Mm-hmm.
The people had to eat.
Yep.
How did they survive?
so the same way that they took 5 to 10 million Native Americans from this land into Barbados and all these other places, right? South America. They survived because
That's
they kept them
against
alive.
that.
They fed them. They fed them.
That's
They
still
gave
the
them water.
Americas. That's not Africa. That's the
Okay.
Americas.
But y'all just said that they took
So
Native Americans back to Europe and
I didn't
Africa.
say that. I didn't say that. What
So you
I'm
disagree with the
asking
rest of
you.
the panel? So you disagree with the rest of the
I'm
panel?
saying that I don't know. I don't know any of that. I'm sitting here learning just like some of the other people. But what I don't understand and what I'm still trying to figure out is how the people came from Africa to here with all the feces and ministration of the women. How did
Just
they
like they brought,
survive?
just like they brought animals with the organs like us and all that in pigs. They brought them up for air. They gave them food. People did die. You know, a lot of people did die, but
Are
they
you
had to keep
Yeah,
serious?
their
so how did you
money
get
in their
20
cargo.
million people? Because so you have to think there's people who died, right? How did 20 million people get here minus the ones who died? How did they even do
I'm
that? How were they
telling you,
even
sister.
capable of that?
I'm telling you,
Tell
they
me.
brought
Because
them.
they were
They
packed.
brought
Remember,
them
they
up.
were packed in the bottom of a boat, like sardines, all chained up because they were prisoners. How did these
Yes,
prisoners
and
survive?
they force fed the ones that tried to starve themselves. A lot of them did die.
Are you
Smallpox.
serious?
They died from smallpox. They died from other diseases down there because it was
What?
unsanitary. They're getting bit by rats and all type of shit. So that was happening,
Okay.
you
Okay.
know. But white people weren't going to make money if they didn't bring their load back. If you want everybody
That,
to die coming back, just like they were shipping Indians to Spain and stuff like that, you would have to answer that question to that. Because y'all over here talking about that, but you complaining about Africans being. It's impossible for Africans to be brought here, but it wasn't impossible for Africans to be.
so, Ness, what you brought up was positively correct.
He should have stopped the shit. Oh, I'm sorry, King Cass. Damn. Sorry, brother. Maybe you can hit the
Put
link
him in a
again.
honky hole.
I thought I was removing the share screen, but I didn't realize I was removing him.
Ness, you brought up a very factual thing. That's why I said in the beginning of every time I talk to people, the transatlantic slave trade could not have been possible. Could
Right.
not have been possible because those folks would have died before they reached these shores. It's no way from feces to they're crowded in the. Let's just take it at face value. Let's just take it at face value. Do you really think that these people was feeding these folks for real? This dude was sitting here saying they feeding folks. They not feeding folks. They don't care. Why would they care? That it
That's
just
the
sounds
story they said.
asinine.
Yeah. When they got over here, they didn't care. So why would they care on the boat? That don't make
Exactly.
no sense.
That don't make no sense. Please tell me why I should feed you and I am enslaving you.
And then I gotta clean up your pee, your poop, and then, like I said,
and all that other
women
stuff.
have
It's your
periods. Let's not
primitive.
forget, women are bleeding, every moon cycle. So now you got to deal with all of that. Like, how did they even do that? That don't even make no sense.
It does
makes
not.
no sense. It makes no sense. So for anybody to say that, oh yeah, I'm from Africa. Do you know that you did not make it from there? For real? And where were these boats that harbored 100 or 50,000 people? Show me a boat the size of the
You gotta turn your
Titanic.
camera on.
Show me a boat that was big enough to house these people. For real.
Okay.
Because you got to remember the story says 20 million people, not like 100,000 or 50,000. We're going to 20 million people. You're saying that was transported over here. Now,
How many centuries did that happen over? How many centuries did that happen over?
Hold on, Cass. Hold on, Cass. Ness, that's 20 million. Let's take it at face value for what they say to us, correct?
Yeah.
That's 20 million. So we're talking what? 4 boats? 5 boats? 6 boats? How many is it?
How many boats?
Exactly. So even if that's the case, where is the food stored at? How is it being delegated to the passengers or slaves?
And then we're being told that yams were brought, right? So then they have to store all these goods that they got from Africa, right? Because that's how we got the sweet potato. So that was transported over. How did they even have the room for all this stuff?
Exactly.
So hold on. So 2.5 to 5 million Native American enslaved throughout the Americas since Columbus. And a lot of them were shipped to the Caribbean, and we want to talk about Spain and Algiers and all that. So how did them folks?
That's a lot because they wasn't shipped there. Oh my God, guys, you gotta stop.
I thought y'all said they were shipped to Africa. Y'all said they were shipped to Africa and
no. We were looking at an alternative view. I didn't say that this happened. I'm just looking at their Bible and seeing what their Bible says they're going to do to a specific people. That's all I was, suggesting. But even that is a long shot. Now, as far as the Caribbeans, I can see us shipping which they really literally did, our ancestors around within the Caribbean islands, within the landmass, but just different locations.
Now, this is something I got right here for it's digitalhistory.uh.edu. So altogether, for every 100 slaves who reached the New World, another 40 had died in Africa or during the Middle Passage. So that's almost as half of their stuff that they're bringing over here. So they bringing 100 slaves over here, right?
You talking about white people from Europe? I'm telling you, talking about white people from Europe.
But y'all said, hey, a lot of them died. So we have to admit that a lot of them died.
So they grabbed 40 million people from Africa.
This is from 1492, right?
Done.
40 million.
All the way from 1492, and that's the guesstimate numbers. Because remember, Brazil is closer to Africa.
Okay, so do me a solid. What numbers do you know for real? Because
they're all approximates, bro. Because they're going by ship receipts and records, and that's the ones that did it so-called legally with paperwork. Remember, most of the stuff they was doing it after they was banning slavery and everything, and then it picked up during the end of the 18th century in the 1700s. That's like damn near the height of it.
You have to think, guys. With all these Aborigines here, white people is not gonna bring more darkies here. Come on, man.
Don't make sense.
Well, they stopped bringing darkies here and they started importing Europeans.
I'm done.
Remember.
Guys, I can't do it. I can't. You.
I'm trying to
You
help
got me.
y'all out.
No, you're not helping us. You're destroying yourself, and then you're embarrassing us,
Yeah.
man. Everybody got any closing statements? We've been out almost 4 hours, and I said I wasn't gonna stay out for 4 hours, and I did.
Sister Beth, you got to let me beat these folks up. With this
No, I'm not gonna let you beat my brothers up because you're embarrassing us.
But I'm
Don't tell
coming with
nobody what to do.
receipts. All I
You
ask
ain't-
is the
Those
Aboriginal
are not receipts, dude.
come receipts.
Oh my goodness.
You know what the receipts say? The receipts say that only about 400,000 people came here from Africa. That's not actually the receipts, but that's
You're talking about to the United States, right?
to the North America. Yeah. So
Okay, so the United
400,000
States.
people don't account for millions and millions and millions of quote unquote black folks.
So let me add to that. So that was directly from Africa. You also had the Africans that were getting broken into Barbados and all these other places and were being shipped up from the Caribbean after coming from Africa directly to the United States, to the South and to Virginia and all these places.
No.
If you look further, you'll find that.
So you don't understand the process of colonization. That's what it sounds like to me.
No, I can understand the process of breaking the slave.
Hear me out. I'm not trying to sound like that. I'm sorry, Sister Bethy, but I'm going to be very, very forthcoming. In order to have or sustain anything, you have to sustain the people. So what they did was, like you said, if you want to go by your numbers, they shipped how they shipped, correct? Do you think it was not a reciprocal trade agreement?
They were taking goods and services back over to Africa for slaves, like umbrellas, rum. Remember, all the sugar plantations was over damn near in the Caribbean, and some in Louisiana, but most of the sugar plantations in the Caribbean. So they would bring slaves there into these slave factories, and they was taking goods and services.
They were taking them from here.
You're missing the context, brother.
From here to the Caribbean. From here. That's what they did with the Pequots. They put them all out there in the islands.
Yeah, they died. They died off.
No, they didn't. You go to Foxwoods Casino and tell that to Chief Rodney Butler. Then
you go to Belize and tell my wife that her great grandfather is not still living at 109 years old.
I dated a sister from down there. You know what she said? She said, "Hey, my folks, we mixed in with the Native Americans that was in St. Vincent, but we from Africa."
I'm done with you. You always got a story.
She learned that in the second grade. I bet you she didn't learn that from her grandparents.
No, she told me
that is not true. Even my wife
year?
Lying. He's lying.
That's not true.
I'm not lying. You can't tell me who I dated, sister. Come on, man.
It's not that. No, you're not about to say nothing about this heritage, brother.
That's not true.
You're not about to say nothing about this heritage, brother.
No.
You can pull up her motherfucking grandfather, her grandfather right now on YouTube. You can see him right now.
I'm gonna speak out. You lying.
You're not. That's not
you
cool.
Lying. You lying.
So in the Garifuna language, they have African words that you still say in there.
Are you serious?
You lying. You will not do that to me. No.
So I'm near a computer right now. I can debunk you right now if I look at. I have sources. Well, I never present a source from.
Guess. What year are we talking?
All right, let's go back. So we talking about we on the Garifuna people, right?
I'm talking about the year. All he said. What year is this?
Yep, that's right, Sister Bethy. What year?
What year?
Remember, the Garifuna people ended up in St. Vincent first.
What year? Just give me the year.
I'm about to look it up for you right now.
Give me an approximate year.
Stop.
This is gonna be the dagger for you, and I'm shutting down the
Stop,
show.
Michelle. Stop, Michelle.
And St. Vincent. I'm looking it up right now.
Did you say St. Vincent?
They were in St. Vincent first.
Oh, okay.
Who was on the island when they got there?
The Kalinago people were there.
That's not true neither. Y'all, are y'all serious? Y'all want to do this?
You an agent.
How am I an agent? 1635. In 1635, a shipwreck near the island of St. Vincent brought Americans mostly from Nigeria into the community.
So let's say it was 1635, okay?
Yeah.
Be quiet.
There's wars going on over here with Negroes, aka American Indians. Don't you think by the time those so-called Africans arrive here,
This is your lane. I know. I know. I know this
all
your
them
lane.
niggas, whether they from Africa or here, is gonna beat the shit out of these little stringy ass white boys.
No, they brought a bunch of men. They did beat. That's why they took the ship over. It was a shipwreck. They mutinied on the ship,
You know
whooped them
what?
white
Now,
boys up.
Relax. Relax. Just
I'm
relax.
shipwreck. You know what? I'm done. Do you have any closing statements, Straight Smoke?
No, ma'am. Thank you so much for having me as always. And
I'm
I
not going
love what
live
you're
tomorrow.
doing.
Yeah, I need a break.
Please
I'll
continue
be
to
back
do
the
what
day
you're
after
doing.
with another topic, but this was interesting. Thank you,
Mm.
Straight Smoke. What about you, Isness?
You know what?
'Cause-
I really appreciate Straight Smoke and his wife, and actually his wife illustrating how offensive it is for somebody to come and tell them their history. She was completely offended. I know that I said this earlier or another day about Jabari. I can never go to his land and tell those people who they were. So it's completely offensive for somebody to come here and tell us who we are. So I appreciate Mr. and Mrs. Straight Smoke. I appreciate you, Sister Bethy. I appreciate everybody.
I love you
And I
too,
thank
baby
you guys have a
girl.
good night.
You
As
too, sweetie.
always.
I'm
Hey,
offended that
Smoke.
y'all telling me I'm Indian.
You know what? I'm done with you.
You might be African. Good for you.
You might be Haitian for all I know. I don't know.
Right? We don't know
You might
who
have
you
a
are.
dot
We're
on your
saying
head.
who we are.
I'm saying,
No,
dog,
but
go get your
Haitians
cat
are
face.
Aborigines. They're
Bring,
Aborigines.
Sister
from
Bethy,
South
bring that
America.
Haitian dude back up here so I can
You
tell.
mean
tell
my
Russ
Haitian chief?
pause.
You mean my Haitian chief? You don't want no smoke from him. As a matter of fact, he's not even here right now. But you don't want no smoke from
Oh
my Haitian
shoot!
chief.
Condolences.
Huh?
Talking about the brother that was on. We was talking over. It was in the
He's
summertime.
at work. He's at
Oh,
work.
okay.
You don't want no smoke from him. So you need to kill it right now. You don't want no smoke from the Haitian. No, don't do it. Smoke, you got any closing statements, darling?
I love you so much. Thank you for your guidance. Shout out to
I
Ali
love you too,
Bambu.
bro.
It's
I know
Ness.
Alabama
I
was
want to link
tired.
up with you and let's put together some projects to video and get people to see what we're talking about. It's not
Okay.
always that we can talk about it. We need to have some production behind it. Hawkeye,
Right.
brother, I love you so much, man.
Yeah,
I love
Hawkeye.
hearing how you talk and how you
Salute.
speak because you know what you know. You know what I mean?
That's
Everything
right,
that you
Hawkeye.
know about is what you personally know about. Smoke signal, man. I need you so much in my life, God.
I know. What would we do without
Oh,
smoke?
I swear, what we gonna do without smoke?
I'm gonna keep it real. On the weekends, when I be bored and like those days like Saturday and Sunday when like nobody be on YouTube, like nobody, and we'll go and Smoke and I will go on Q Butter channel, and Smoke be shutting them down. I go there just to watch Smoke. It'd be so funny, but they love Smoke. They
I've
do.
seen it.
Smoke is the king of
Seen it in
asking a
action.
question with a question. That's what he does.
I
He
love it. I
doesn't
be over there, and they're real
know
nice to
anything.
me too. They're real nice to me on Q Butter's channel.
Do you know we did his genealogy on Not a Sea channel, Sister Bethy, and we found
Who?
an Indian that enslaved his family
Who?
on Smoke Signal. We found a white Indian that enslaved his family.
King
Did you
Cass,
get his
go to
permission to
bed.
do that? All right.
We was on that debate with us.
Oh, okay.
We, you know what? Go to bed, King Cass.
Sister
Smoke.
Bethy, if I could, I want to do an actual interview with you on Bridge 3 TV, and I'm gonna multicast it through my Rumble channel because I would like for you to actually talk to people that I have in my community. It's Ness. I would love for you to join in on that. Smoke Signal as well, Hawkeye as well. I'm not kidding about this because what we have to do is just subtly give the information for people to go see for themselves. Let these people understand that you have been robbed in some kind of capacity. You have been. And I want not just me, not just you, Sister Bethy, but I want the whole panel to understand that we can do this. You know why? It takes all of us to do this. Everybody has an opinion. Everybody has their sensitive moments. Everybody has their own ideology or theology. What I'm saying is that collectively, the one thing that has to always remain is the family. The family has to come first.
Right. So thank you, Straight Smoke, and I'll be looking forward. I'd be delighted to do an interview on your show.
Sister Bethy, are you
Smoke.
gonna do anything, any other thing on like Christianity and the history of it?
Yeah,
I
do
got
want to
something
do a
for you.
segment. I do want to do a segment on that because that destroyed our community. Somebody left. I don't know who it was. Oh,
I got something for you about Yahweh being
everybody's
corporate.
leaving. It's left. No, not now, King Cats. I'm tired, honey. Tomorrow I'm not going live.
That's about when
Tomorrow,
you do it. When you do it, I got some stuff for you. So I'll send it to you.
Okay.
All right.
Hawkeye, you want any closing statements? I think maybe Smoke probably fell asleep.
Nah, everybody did their thing, man. Salute. One love to everyone. You know, the bills are great, you know. It's just
Yeah,
it's good to
I
see
be
us, you
having
know.
fun.
Yeah, we gotta just agree to disagree with certain things, and everybody has their point of view. And it also shows you we can't forget we got a lot of diverse in our own community, the Aboriginal community, as far as people, because some of us got different backgrounds. You know what I'm saying? It just shows, some of us got the Black European, Swarties, whatever it is. We got the mixtures of it. It might
Right.
not be direct with you, right? Or it might be so many generations back, but it's there. And then some are just straight Aboriginals here with the tribes, and it's a whole lot. But at the end of the day, we got to just stay on the one chord,
Yes.
and just move and really understand and know what it is. It's good to learn, but when it gets stagnated, that's where the problem lies. But right now, I like the way it's going. I seen it got cleaned up, the community, and it just everybody knows who's who. You know what I'm saying? And you pick and choose who you want to go, build with and stay on that frequency with. You know what I'm saying? That's what it comes down to. But all for all, man. This shit is love, man.
Yeah.
Everybody enjoy your weekends. It's coming up. Stay safe out here. Don't forget, man. We different. You know what I'm saying? We chosen people, man. So we can't always worry about being in fear or acting like we getting outnumbered. That's the whole shit, man. You know what I mean? You don't need too many. You rather run with 5 people that's official than 100 people that's just there being gazelles, man. So we gotta know that too, That's all. Everybody, peace out, man. I'm here. Do your thing, Sister
Right.
Bethy.
Thank you, Hawkeye. Well, I just don't want y'all to forget. I got I always support our people. And when I went on, when he showed the book, the day he showed it, I said, I'm gonna get it. This is Ali Muhammad. Ali Muhammad, but it's Dr. Amaru. Ali Muhammad. I purchased this book. It came in the mail today. So it's 10 o'clock. I'm gonna get out of here, go get comfortable, and I'm gonna start reading the book because I love reading. I read myself to sleep. So I love y'all. I'm about to get up out of here. Make sure I don't get porn bombed this time. Yesterday I tried this and I got porn bombed. But I love y'all, and y'all please be nice. Spread love. I'm not going live tomorrow.
Feel it rushing in, lose control. You don't wanna go.